الآن يعني المتظاهرين والقوى الأمنية الآن في حالة هدنة إذا صح التعبير. رح أقرب وأحكي مع الشباب.
صلى على النبي. شو احكي عوض على البلد، احكي عوض على البلد، عوض على البلد. شو هالاقتصاد، شو هالبلد، شو هالمسله اللي عم ننزلها، وين هالشعب اللي نايم. كل مين محسوب على محسوبيه. هذا معه مجموعه محسوبه للمئوتي، هذا لكرومي، هذا للريفي، هذا للجسر. الله وكيلك ما بفيدك الا الفقير. هذا الديوس عملك كبش محرة ليستفاد منك، لا يحرق شعب الفقير. قال له هلا تعال بالانتخابات بيجيبوا الشنطات للعالم عشان العالم تنتخبون بمصاري.
بين الكل هلا شو عم يعمل؟
نايم صح النوم.
حفظوه
معلم. وهالشعب لو في انتخابات نجيب موت وفيصل كرامي بيطلعوا الشنطات مثل ما هي، بس انتاك اخت العالم بالفقر والتعتير. ما بس عرفت كيف؟ العالم التعن سلافه بالفقر والتعتير. رابطة الخبز ام 2000 صاروا عم بيعوها ب 3000، كيلو السكر صار ب 8000. هذا الفقير شو بده يعمل؟ السرق الدولة كلها بتطب عليه. عرفتوا كيف؟ هول زعماء البلد يعتبروا اليوم في انتخابات يجي يوزعوا للفقراء مصاري، يجي يوزعوا للفقراء مصاري. لك عيب عليهم، عيب عليهم. ولك ما في لا ادويه ولا مستشفيات ولا في شيء، ولك يلعن ابوهم بصبوطي.
خالد اول شيء الحمد لله
احنا قلنا سنه ونص عم نحذرهم انه يا عم بده يصير فلتان.
نعم.
بده يصير فوضى، الاطفال جاهد، النساء جاهد، الختيرين جاعوا. اكرموا الله يا دوله، اكرموا الله يا سياسيين، اكرموا الله يا زعماء. ما حدا رد، لا تنتهي. واخرتها طيب واخرتها وين يوصلوا البلد؟ يا زمان شاب شباب من عندنا ثلاثه بجوز من الله.
شو احوال الجرحى؟ كم جريح موجود هلا
في 20 25 جريح، لانه نحن يهود، نحن يهود. طب نحن اكثر هيك ما في. على شاب هو عسكري، هو دلكي وفتحت كاننا يهود. نحن مش كلنا مع الجيش ولا مع الدرك. هول اهلنا واخواتنا، هول اهلنا واخواتنا. بس هذا عم يستوعب اذا واحد الله ومرته مش بيشغلوا فينا يا علام. لك كنا يهود.
سؤال يعني الناس كلياتها قبل هيدي الليله كانت تحذر من ثوره الجياع اللي كانت، واللي عم بيقولوا انه بدها تنطلق من طرابلس.
هؤلاء المناطق الشعبيه
هل هي فعلا ثوره الجياع هيدي؟
بلشت ثوره الجياع، والناس بس تنزل اولاد المناطق الشعبيه ما في غير الله بيردهم، ما في غير الله وحده بيردهم، ما حدا بيمول عليهم.
انا اذا ابني
الجوع
يخرب لبنان،
اذا ابني بيموت من الجوع عم امي انا بدي احرق البلد. اشكال صار اهالينا الدرك واهالينا الجيش اشكال صار، بس هول الناس عم يموتونا من الجوع. هول النواب حقهم الصرميه غوليه فيهم، حتى هيك ما حنقول لهم. والله لا نروح على بيوتهم لسه يوم من الايام نروح على بيوتهم نحرم قلب بيوتهم والله.
اذا يعني
انا بس بدي اوجه تحيه للشيخ سعد الحريري. هذا اللي ما بيجي لعنا على شمال الا بغنية، ما بيطلع لك حسنه، ولك ما راح يطلع من هون الا ميت اذا الله راد.
هيك العالم، هيك المهرة.
عاد الهدوء نسبيا إلى ساحة النور. التجمعات لا تزال موجودة. التجمعات لا تزال موجودة، ولكن الجيش اللبناني شكل درعا بين المتظاهرين وبين القوى الأمنية. تفضل.
بحب وجه رسالة لكل إنسان قاعد ببيته، بحب أقول له إذا خيك ما نزل على الطريق وما تعور، نحن تعورنا، نحن شباب أول طلعتنا، هلا حنقول لك منبوس إجراك انزل معنا ووقف بظهرنا، لأنه هذا الجيل الطالع ما عنده مستقبل، ما عنده أمل، ما عنده حلم، ما عنده شيء، كله راح. حتى دولارك صار ب9، أكلك ما عم تقدر تجيبه، صيدليات فاضية، مدارس ما في، شو بدك قسن؟ لك شو ناطر؟ قلت لي تخرب البلد، ايه نحن عم نخرب البلد خيي، عم نخرب البلد لما ننزل نطلب انه انت تاكل انت بقلب البيت، او عم نخرب البلد لما نروح نلاقي دواء للمريض عندنا يموت على باب المستشفى او يموت وين ما كان. اذا الكورونا لكل الدول، اذا دولة الكورونا اللي هي الصين خلصت منها يا خيي، الا لبنان
ما في لا كورونا ولا اي
ما في بقلبه لا اكسجين ما في.
خليني اقول لك ليش هن عم بيستغلوا الثوره، عم يقول لك الثوره هي عم تطلع الدولار. لا حبيبي لا، هدول التجار والطبقه الفاسده تبعتهم هن اللي عم يطلعوا الدولار، بينزلوا الدولار شوي، بيسحبوا الدولار من السوق، بيخزنوا بضاعه بقلب مستودعاتهم. ما حبيبي لا اخي لا، الشيعي والسني والدرزي والمسيحي كله كلها بلبنان. ما تفكر انه والله الشيعي عايش احسن منك او السني عايش احسن من الشيعي، لا، الكل كلها اخي، الكل. هدول التجار اخي بيسحبوا الدولار من السوق، بيخزنوا بضاعتهم بالمستودعات، بينزلوا دولار يومين 3 ايام الذي هو، وبيرجعوا بيعبوا له 15 او 10,000 او 9,000، بينزلوا له 6 ونص 7 وبيرجعوا بينططوا له 9 9 ونص. لا حتى التجار هن بدهم ثوره على التجار قبل الطبقه الفاسده، مش ان يكون الكل عنده علم. هدول التجار اللي عم يخزنوا بالمستودعات تبعهم بيلعبوا بالدولار، بينزلوه وهن بيقولوا مخزنين بضاعتهم يا اخي وشارينه على 6 و7، بس يصير بال9 بيبيعوك اياه.
لا بسوريا صار لهم 9 سنين بسوريا، اكثر من 14 سنه يمكن حرب، ما في مستشفى سكرت بوجه واحد انصاب، ولا في صيدليه قالت ما عندنا دواء، ولا في شيء قال انا جيعان. هي بسوريا. وين نحن بلبنان؟
بنادول ما في.
لا يا ريت في بنادول، لو في بنادول صار بيقول لك عم يجي على راسك بدك ترجع ايام 6 بقى يا ستي روح شرب لك ينسونا وزهورات بيمشي حالك بتصح، عشان عم تقول لي انحشر بالبيت. طيب انا اذا انصبت بالكورونا وبعدين وين بدي اروح اذا ما عندك دواء شو اعمل؟ بموت يا حبيبي.
عم يقتل اللقاح تاعهم هن اللي عم يقتلون.
ليش حتى هذا الشعب
ناكل يا معلم والله شيعانين يا عمرك انا عم ناكل.
اطلع على السلامة.
الله يسلمكم يا رب. يعني عن جد احنا والله العظيم شيعانين وحياة الله، نحن ما بدنا نفوت مع حدا، لا مع مكافحة الشغب ولا مع الدولة ولا ابدا. الجيش اخواتنا وعندنا جوا ناس موقوفين، ما حرموا من هون ليطلعوا، وبدي اقول للنواب يلا جايين لعنكم، جايين قريبا، ما تفكروا احنا حنترككم، لا ان شاء الله بقلب بيوتكم حنجيبكم. نحن بنطلع من الساعة كمان عندنا شباب جوا، ونحن والله العظيم اللي ما بدنا نفوت مع الجيش مع المكافحة بقول لك تفوت ما عندي مشكلة، اللي مين يفزعوا منهم ومع الجيش بفوت، بس بشتيني فات كيف شو شفتيني حين لايف اخي خرب بيتي انا.
كيفك؟ كيف صحتك؟ طمنا عنك، كيف العائلة؟ الحمد لله رب العالمين. أنا بتمنى من الشعب اللبناني، من الشعب الطرابلسي، من أهل بيروت، من أهل عكا، من أهل الضمنية، كل يوم لازم ننزل بون، انه حوجه العالم عم بتموت قدام البيت مستشفيات، في اطفال عم بتموت قدام باب المستشفيات، ولا سياسي عم يطلع فيهم. انا بتمنى من الشعب اللبناني كله ينزل على الارض، اذا بدك تفوت على صيدليه تجيب دواء لامك عمرها 50 سنه 100 سنه ما عم تقدر تجيب لها دواء مفقود. اذا بدك تفوت عند سمان هذا سعر غير وهذا سعر غير وهذا عم يكفلوا لحالهم. انا بتمنى من الشعب اللبناني علبة سيدس فضي صار حقها 4.5 هلا شو هالسلطة يا اخي. بقول له انا نشيب مئوتي شو عم تقول مبلغ جوا
750
بقول له انا نشيب مئوتي قال لك ما حد جوا اهل السنة موطن لشعب السنة وبنقول لك انا نشيب مئوتي انت فاسد انت والبي كلهم.
المليارات اللي معه يطلعون نخبرهم
هذا بيطلعون.
الآن المتظاهرين يقفون أمام الجيش اللبناني هنا، ويعني نرى كيف المتظاهرين أو الجيش اللبناني شكل حاجزا بين القوى أو قوى مكافحة الشغب أو قوى مكافحة الشغب والمتظاهرين.
السلام عليكم، بس بدي لكم كلمة، نحن بس السلام عليكم يا ثوار انزلوا على الأرض، انزلوا والله عيب عليكم، أقسم بالله العظيم عيب عليكم. قاعدين بالبيوت عم تتدفوا، نحن قاعدين من شال حظنا من البرد وقاعدين عم نتسلى شي فاكرين مسيل دم اختنانا متنا. قوموا انزلوا قوموا انزلوا. الله محيي الجيش، الله يخلينا الجيش.
نرى الآن المتظاهرين نرى الآن المتظاهرين كيف هم أمام الملالات وأمام الآليات العسكرية للجيش اللبناني. هاني إذا فينا نضل هون. ويعني هم قد شكلوا كما ذكرت درعا أو حاجزا بينهم وبين طريق أو بين السراي التي سراي طرابلس وبين سراي طرابلس. خليني أحاول إني إذا بقدر أرجع شوي لورا حتى شوف حجم الخراب اللي صار. عم نشوف بعدسة هاني كيف الآن تحولت ساحة النور إلى ثكنة عسكرية، وعم نشوف المشهد يعني الحجارة على الأرض، الحاويات. مثل ما عم نشوف هون كان عم يتواجدوا قوى مكافحة الشغب أمام أو يعني تحت جسر المشاة اللي هو موجود حد سراي طرابلس. ويعني هون من هون كانت القوى الأمنية عم تطلق القنابل المسيلة للدموع. وخليني بس إذا ببين المشهد علينا هيك هاني، كانت من هون القوى الأمنية عم تطلق القنابل المسيلة للدموع، عم تطلق الرصاص المطاطي من هيدي النقطة، وعم نشوف الحجارة اللي موجودة على الأرض، وعم نشوف حجم الخراب. وعلى الميل الثانية يتواجد كان المتظاهرين كانوا عم يحاولوا قوى الامن الداخلي انهم يقربوا او قوى مكافحه الشغب عم بيحاولوا انهم يقربوا لعند قبضه الثوره، ولكن قبضه الثوره هي كان فينا نعتبرها كخط تماس بين المتظاهرين وبين قوى مكافحه الشغب. كانوا كلا الطرفين عم بيحاولوا انهم يقربوا، ولكن سرعان ما يتراجعوا يا قبل قبضه الثوره يا اما بعد، حسب الطرف وحسب الجهه. إذا عم نشوف هلا كيف الجيش اللبناني وصل ووقف بالنص، وقف عند قبضة الثورة، واللي هي مثل ما حكينا أنه هي كانت تشكل أثناء هذه المواجهة خط تماس بين المتظاهرين وبين قوى مكافحة الشغب. سرعان ما وصل الجيش اللبناني ويعني شكل حاجزا بين المتظاهرين وبين القوى. إذا بنشوف بس القنابل المسيلة للدموع، نشوف شيء كان عم ينكب على المتظاهرين قنبلة القنابل المسيلة للدموع من هي النوعية. إذا مشاهدينا كنا معكم من هذه الحادثة أو هذه المواجهة الطويلة بين المتظاهرين في ساحة النور وبين قوى مكافحة الشغب. سأكون معكم فور ورود أي جديد بإذن الله. دمتم بأمان الله، وشكرا لحسن المتابعة. نأمل أن أنه تعدي هذه الحادثة على خير، ونأمل الشفاء لكل الجرحى وأن يعم السلام في هذه المدينة. شكرا لكم وإلى اللقاء.
Wallah, Ebash gaat zo meteen komen. Hey, what's up? 1.3 doezoe kijkers, Amate. Wat is pappen? 1,4 doezoe. Alle groepen. Zeg ze, SO naar die groepen, man. Zeg ze. Represent je buurt, man, broer. Tranquilo. Maar fuck, die palen ze niet uit, man, boys. Jammer dit. Joda! Kakke Joda! Schimmel! Ja, man. Yo, en nu gaat iedereen gesmeld worden, want het is 9 uur. Kijk, mensen willen naar Zuidplein gaan. Ik zeg jullie eerlijk, mensen, daar ga ik helaas niet aan meedoen. Waarschijnlijk. Want ik hoor al dat die toeters gaan komen. Nee, maar ik ben niet met dat, man, jongens. Ik ben niet met dat. 1,6k kijkers. Hola, Erwina. Erwina. Ik hoor weer Erwina daar. Je ziet iedereen rennen. Lab, lab. Lab, grap. Lab. Ah! Hij slaat die kanker. Deze man is gek, صاحبي.
Broer, in deze straat waar die score is.
Camera! Wat is steen? Wat is steen? Ik heb hem kapot gemaakt. Hij is wel held, wat hij probeert, man.
Alle mensen zijn gek. Niks mee te maken, Eindhoven, kaka, dit, dat. Nee man bro, Rotterdam-Zuid jongens. Hij blijft doorgaan. We stoppen niet. Ze stoppen niet. Ah!
Kankerjoden!
Och. Allah. Ziek.
Respect. Woede van al die jaren.
Vertel ze. Hoe zet ik mijn kankerding vast, man? Och, 3000 kijkers, dat is weer baz. Wallah, waar gaan jullie nu naartoe, boys? Jalla. Waar gaan we heen? Putain. 3000 kijkers, jongens, jalla. Waarschijnlijk was dit het voor vandaag, jongens. Want het is veel te veel. Carlos Jova. Ja mensen, voordat jullie gaan denken van ai, deze man loopt ook Erwin aan het gooien. Nee man, ik ben hier gewoon voor de verslag. Ik ga by the way even zo lopen. Ik ga niet met de menigte mee. Jongens, ik loop even om. We gaan even kijken of we iets van een glimp of zo kunnen vangen van de chaos die er op het moment is. Even kijken. Ja mensen, ik ruil niet, ik ben alleen van de verslag. Ik ben nu even aan het wakken. Hier staat nog steeds politie. En daar ook. Volgens mij. Och jongens. Ze zijn daar nog steeds bezig. Niet normaal mensen. Niet normaal. Allah, ze zijn daar nog steeds bezig. Ze zijn daar nog steeds bezig. Vuurwerk wordt afgestoken. Er staat daar een auto in brand. Naast een huis. Dus dat is niet heel gunstig. Oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, oh yo. Jongens, kijk, vuurwerk, vuurwerk. Die zie je maar in de lucht rondvliegen. Mensen, nogmaals, dit is Rotterdam-Zuid. Rotterdam-Zuid! Kijk eens. De weg is geblokkeerd. Hoppa. Goed. Ik vind dit ook jammer. Oh joh, jammer nog. Nou, je ziet het. Iedereen loopt met de stijgerbuis in de handen. Kijk, de ME'er. Hey, ME'ers, boys, ME'ers. Ik ga me terugtrekken. Kijk, deze kan niet opkomen. Ik vind het echt jammer. Oh joh. Daar is brand. Daar is brand. Kijk eens, brand. Mensen, ik ben alleen aan het filmen. Ik trek me van overal terug. Ik vind het echt jammer. Nou. Oh ja, weer brand. Dit gaat gewoon massaal door, mensen. Even kijken of die camerabal nog overleeft. Nou, die is in ieder geval blind. Maar iedereen met de stijger in de handen. Mensen, dit is Rotterdam-Zuid. Deze mensen hier zijn allemaal niet. Ze zijn geen 100, ze zijn niet Barkie. Kijk dan. Nogmaals, dit is Rotterdam-Zuid, mensen. Waar zijn de ME'ers? De wegen zijn allemaal geblokkeerd. Nou, die heeft volgens mij nachtdienst. Die gaat met de stijger. Sorry, ik moet. Nou, mensen. Mensen gaan overwerken. Nou, ja, sorry. Ik wil niet lachen, maar ja, deze mensen hebben overwerk. Oh, weer brand. Mensen, dit is Rotterdam-Zuid. Amsterdam, nee. Eindhoven, nee. Oh, joh. Tilburg, nee. Roermond, nee. Venlo, nee. Urk, nee. Dit is Rotterdam-Zuid, mensen. Waar zijn de ME'ers? Sorry mensen, ik baal hier ook van. Ik baal hiervan, maar ja. Zo. Burgeroorlog. Je hoort het. Iemand zegt burgeroorlog. Jeetje man. Mensen. Zijn uitlaat lekt. Zo. Waar zijn de ME'ers? Echt jammer. Ik vind het jammer dat ze vernielen. Dat ze de boel in de fik steken. Bushaltes, ramen, prullenbakken, containers. Dat is allemaal niet nodig, mensen. Ja hoor, de ME'ers. Jammer. Hadden ze maar bij demo gehouden, maar ja. Die mensen zijn zat. Ze willen niet met de avondklok 9 uur thuis zijn. Nou, die blijft al urenlang boven vliegen. Zo, De wegen zijn nogal geblokkeerd. Kijk, de hooligans aan de overkant. Mensen, ik ga me terugtrekken, want jammer, dit is allemaal niet nodig. Nee man, kom op. Geen vernielingen, alsjeblieft. Mensen, ze gaan weer los. Nee hoor. Mensen, ze gaan los. Mensen. Kijk dan, hooligans. Hooligans. Rotterdam-Zuid, mensen. Oei, oh. Ik ga maar naar de overkant. Oh. De hele eenheid is weer aanwezig. De hele eenheid. Dit is een kat-en-muisspel. Mensen. Ik ben moe. Ik heb het koud. Kijk eens. Ik trek me terug. Nou, Putse bocht. Ramen zijn vernield. Nou, ik zie mensen zelf ook voor de deur met... Oh nee, nee. Jammer.
Oh, slim.
Nou, Emir komt. Zaak van Chinees. Die Emirs. Ik loop. Kijk daar Emirs. Dus oh. Jullie rennen. 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 Nee. Oh, daar ook weer. Ren, 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 broertje, ren, ren, ren. Oh jee. Dit is Marathon Rotterdam 2021. Marathon Rotterdam 2021. Beste weg. Kijk, Emir is de... Oh, ze hebben de Dixie-wc's. Ze zijn met meerdere geworden mensen. Jullie horen de arme stem. Ik hoor net, we zitten vast in Rotterdam-Zuid, Bloemenhof. Nogmaals, ik vind het jammer. Dit had allemaal niet hoeven. Rellen, vandalisme. Mensen,
ga wagen. Ik moet hier de hoek om. Weet je, nogmaals, mensen, ik vind het echt jammer. Jammer. Heerlijk. Dit hoeft allemaal niet. Maar ja, mensen zijn het zat. Avondklok. Nou, Rutte. Bedankt. Nou, ze staan... Ik ben mijn groepje kwijt. Rutte, bedankt. Rotterdam. Mooie stad. Mooie mensen. Maar ja, dit hoeft allemaal niet te gebeuren. Boys, verdelen, niet met z'n allen. Weet je... Alsjeblieft, alsjeblieft, alsjeblieft mensen. Ik stap mijn auto in. Ik stap mijn auto in. Dit was marathon. Rotterdam 2021. Jammer. Ik krijg mijn jas niet los. Yo. Even mijn licht uit. Ze komen eraan weer. Potverdikking, ik kan niet weg. Mijn gordel. Motor uit. Telefoon laag. Oh nee, dat is Six Rent-A-Car. Ik schrok de pleuris, joh. Ik dacht aan een ME-busje. Fucking huurbus. Nog een ME-bus. Raam open. Gelijk starten. Achter die auto's. Ja. Ja, ja. Oei, 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 oei. Oh, ik krijg gelijk achterin. Ja, weg mensen. Nou door, ja. Gas. Gas pleiten. Weg. Ik heb het gehad. Ik ben mijn groepie kwijt. Even mijn Spa blauw flesje. Echt jammer. Och, mensen, ik ga of. Jammer. Echt jammer. Dit hoefde allemaal niet. Rotterdam, mooie stad, mooie mensen. Leuke stad. Maar dit hoeft allemaal niet. Bedankt, Rutte. Mensen, pas goed op jullie zelf. We laten ons niet vaccineren, mensen. Nee tegen vaccinatie. Rij nou net mee, bus achter me. Nee, dat is ook weer tering Albertijn bezorgbusje. Pers plus man, ik moet echt haast in mijn broekie doen man. Ik zeik bijna in mijn broek. Ik ben nu hier bij Zuidplein, ik rij weer door het slaan. Tering. Mensen, ik ga echt nu lijven. Zo, ik kom niet eens aan mijn woorden.
Hier spreekt de politie. Er is een noodbevel in kracht. U dient onmiddellijk naar binnen te gaan. Als u dat niet doet, kunt u aangehouden worden. Hier spreekt de politie. Er is een noodbevel gebracht. En u dient onmiddellijk, ik herhaal onmiddellijk, naar binnen te gaan. Als u dat niet doet, dan kunt u aangehouden worden. En kan er geweld aan u worden gebruikt. Attentie, attentie! Hier spreekt de politie! Er is een noodbevel! U dient onmiddellijk, ik herhaal, onmiddellijk naar binnen te gaan. U kunt worden aangehouden of er kan geweld tegen u worden gebruikt. Hier spreekt de politie! U dient onmiddellijk een noodbevel naar binnen te gaan. Als u dat niet doet, kunt u worden aangehouden. Ik kan er geweld tegen u worden gebruikt. Zeker. Keurig. Alleen zorgen dat we hem zo één van de twee dat we hem wel meenemen. Ja, ik zou jou laten, ja, ik kan echt wel een goed denken. Ja, ik kan echt wel. Ja, hier, kijk. Ja, ja. Maar ik moet hier aan.
that has seen the missiles and all sorts of weapons made in the USA have done in Yemen. Mr. President, your election has brought joy to minorities across the United States, but brought hope to the Yemeni people. The hope to end the suffering and destruction of the past 6 years. Mr. President, the action you take, and with a strike of your pen, you can change the lives of 25 million human beings in Yemen. Mr. President, you have always talked about decency, but decency should not be limited to the White House and Congress and in between those in power. It should not be limited across our great nation. Decency should be a part of who we are as Americans around the world. Mr. President, you know in your heart what must be done, because Yemen can't wait. 2020 was a turbulent year for the world. Can you imagine how it was in Yemen? A land already facing famine and the world's largest humanitarian crisis. The Saudi regime is attacking and causing unimaginable harm and despair in Yemen. The Saudi regime has no honor and no respect for human life. Now more than ever, we need peace. We need empathy so we can give humanity what it needs. We need to stop the senseless war on the innocent, the young and old alike. Yemen is and always will be the cradle of humanity and peace. Yemenis must know they are not alone. This is about the world. This is about humanity. We must unite with compassion and solidarity. We must stand to all the forces that cause this destruction. Yemen can't wait. The world can't wait. Humanity can't wait. The people of Yemen are courageous. They are generous. They are resilient. The people of Yemen are people of wisdom. And I am a Yemeni. Thank you. Thank you, Abdurrahman. Please give him another round of applause. For my next speaker, I have Kitsia from the Grassroots Global Justice Alliance.
We need to get these 8 or 10 cars over to the other side of the street. That's the only... Go to the next one. Go to the next one.
Okay, if she's not here, then I'll go to Gerald Smith. Thank you, my brother, for showing up. Gerald Smith is from the GSA East Side.
Okay. The Anti-Imperialist Committee of the East Bay Democratic Socialists unconditionally stands in solidarity with the Yemeni people. I say unconditionally because I come from and support a socialist tradition began by Rosa Luxemburg, Carl Liebknecht, in a book he wrote called Militarism and Anti-Militarism. He stated, and I agree, and I think we should all agree, the main enemy of the proletariat, the main enemy of the working people is at home. My main enemy is not in Russia, not in Venezuela, not in Cuba. They're right here. And if we understand that and act upon it, we will always be on the right side of the class line in every conflict. It is absolutely sickening to see the United States doing what it was doing before. You remember, the United States military was actually fueling Saudi planes as they did bombing missions inside of Yemen. And we're not talking just how many bombs can Yemen drop on Saudi Arabia. We're talking about vulnerable, defenseless people, children. We're talking about bombing hospitals, weddings. What kind of defense is that? How is that in the interest of American workers that we bomb a wedding in Yemen? Think about that. The main enemy is at home means that our main enemy is not just the 45th president, but also the 46th president. Oh yeah. We have to understand that the twin parties of capitalism, the Republicrats, neither of which represent the interests of the American workers. It is imperative that we organize, and this is a good start, because I was alive when we started to resist the Vietnam War, and we won. The Vietnamese defeated the United States, and that battle against the war here at home was extremely successful. We brought millions of people into that movement and raised the consciousness of hundreds of thousands of people. And we will do it again with this particular war. It must end. Stop the bombing. Thank you.
Let's give them another round of applause, please. Thank you, Gerald Smith, for coming out here. And shout out for keep sanitizing the hairstyle. Okay, so our next speaker will be Kitsia from the Grassroots Global Justice Alliance.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to be here in solidarity with communities in the Middle East, in Yemen in particular. My name is Kitsia Seva. I'm with the Grassroots Global Justice Alliance. Also personally migrant person with deep solidarity from the Latin American community as well. For the work that's ahead of for all of us as people in the diaspora, right, trying to have a role here in the U.S. to fight back against the U.S. imperialism and wars of aggression that we see all over the world. In the Grassroots Global Justice Alliance,
Ik ging ongeveer 5 meter voor ons een enkele grondformatie over de gespleten weg heen. Nu, hij komt voren, enkele grondlinie, hier komt hier. When black youth are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. When black youth are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When black youth are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. Make some motherfucking noise, y'all. Let's go. Yeah. Stand up for our youth. How about you running this motherfucking check and we'll leave?
Literally, it's that easy. Come on, man, and we'll leave. It's that easy.
You think there's somebody telling us to come join us over here? Tell us here, no vaccine water.
Yo, fuck you, drone!
That's the front.
Fuck you, drone!
Catch me outside!
So we are at Senator James Sanders' office. Senator James Sanders is not saying his house is constituent. Not saying his house is constituent. They're population.
I don't even know what yeah. They just started a whole drone program. Yeah. Not too long ago. Looks like it could be there. It's above us. If anybody got a slingshot.
We do have a little police drone hovering above us.
Yeah, I've been looking around. We looked around.
We got rocks.
Oh, just someone.
There's a drone right above us.
We're getting drone.
Yeah, but it's easy to get it out of the sky. It's getting higher and higher every second. They realize it.
We got a drone.
There's a camera. No, it's facing down. That's why.
Hey yo, I got a new chant for y'all. Instead of saying take the streets to fuck the police, we're gonna say it like this. Take to the streets to fuck the Senate, no justice. No peace. Take to the streets to fuck the Senate, no justice. No peace. I said take to the streets to fuck the Senate, no justice. No peace. I said take to the streets to fuck the Senate, no justice. No peace. I said if Larry doesn't get his check, no, we gotta burn that shit down because these motherfuckers bitch don't want to give us his fucking check. I said if Larry doesn't get his check, burn it down. I said if Larry doesn't get his check, burn it down. I said if Larry doesn't get his check, burn it down. If Larry doesn't get his check.
We're gonna have Cassidy from RUF.
I just had that big Sharpie in my car and I took it out.
What's up, y'all? My name is Cassidy. I'm from the RUF and United Against War and Militarism. I'm here to ask simple, kind of rhetorical question. Whose interest in war really served? We're standing here today in front of BlackRock, which has invested billions of dollars every year in companies like Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, basically all the big arms manufacturers. They get BlackRock money. And BlackRock CEO Larry Fink just a few months ago said that Saudi Arabia is a very attractive investment right now. And for at least a couple of years before that, BlackRock has continued to expand their investments in Saudi Arabia, despite Fink making some, nominal gestures that we should be socially responsible, so that he wouldn't have to be associated with
these pigs are
the Saudi regime when they killed Jamal Khashoggi. But that never actually deterred him. So I have to ask, what does it mean to be socially responsible when you're funding this genocidal war against the Yemeni people? For the big capitalists like Larry Fink, all that really means is it's good to be socially responsible when it protects your bottom line. It's good to be socially responsible when people might not want to invest in you if they know that you're associated with a murderous fascist regime. It regularly disappears critics of the regime. Once that blows over, it's kind of okay. You can just keep going about your business. And for people like Larry Fink and his friends, there's nothing more profitable than war. War is a racket, and it's a very profitable one. And that's what these endless imperialist wars are really all about. These capitalists, they're just jockeying with each other to divide up the world's markets and control their resources to make the most profit. And this conflict between the capitalists, it gets so intense, oftentimes it can only be resolved through war. You have to see that. That's the source of war, is this competition for the world's markets. So looking at Yemen, whoever controls Yemen is able to control access to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is a sea passage through which about 10% of the world's seaborne oil shipments pass through. So it's very lucrative to control Yemen. And more importantly, it's not just because, you know, we all know the U.S. loves oil. But that's not because we really need it. It's because we really need, or the government really needs, it not to fall into the hands of its rivals, like Russia, like China, like Iran. But that's not in the interest of the great masses of people in this country. People like Larry Fink will try to buddy up to us and do philanthropy to make it seem like, you know, they really actually have the interests of the people at heart. You know, they really, at the end of the day, these crooked billionaires really have some interest in the well-being of humanity. It's all just a front. Our brothers and sisters are the Yemeni people and all other oppressed people around the world. We have to stand with them in their struggles against imperialism, whoever that may be. But for us here, that's primarily standing against U.S. imperialism. And I have to really stress that this is not just a moral question. We can't just be out here because, you know, it makes us feel sick to our stomachs what's going on in Yemen. We have to see that the world doesn't have to be like this. We don't have to have endless wars. We don't have to have millions of people living in poverty, millions of people out on the streets, people being murdered in the streets by police. All that could go away. We can struggle for a better world that serves the needs of the great masses of people and not the profit margins of a handful of billionaires. But in our larger struggle to get to that point, we have to remember that we'll never get there as long as the U.S. is oppressing other countries, or as long as any other country is oppressing other countries. But that's our struggle, is against the U.S. government. They won't stop until we make them stop. So, I want to close out by letting folks know United Against War and Militarism is going to be hosting a debrief session on January 31st online. We have some pamphlets that have a link. We're talking about ways to go forward with this movement to end the war in Yemen. Thank you, everyone. All power to the people.
All power to the people!
Thank you all for staying here on this cold day. So for our next, we got 2 more speakers, and then we're going to move over to the federal building. So for our next speaker, we will have, one second, I'm going between 2 agendas. Okay, there we go. We will have Cole from Revolutionary United Front.
Hold it close.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cole. I'm with the Revolutionary United Front and United Against War and Military.
Making a difference for us. We've been marching for months and months, years and years, and not a damn thing changed. This man right here is supposed to be representing this community. This community came out and voted in mass in the election. Y'all owe us. You owe us. Literally and figuratively, you owe Larry his check and you owe us our due because you are supposed to be a role model. I don't know about y'all. I'm hurt. I found out James Sanders was a black man and I was disgusted. You're supposed to be one of ours. You're supposed to represent us. You are supposed to be a role model. So when people on the block talk about why do I gotta vote? Why do I gotta go out and do this? My voice don't matter. We can point to you and say this is what it looks like. But if this is what it looks like, what the fuck is going on? This man right here embodies every single thing I detest about politics. Every single thing. This man is a subject to a federal investigation for misusing nonprofit funds.
Yes! $15,000 fine!
He taking vacations. Hold up, wait, let me say that again. For all constituents up and down the block, your state senator, James Sanders Jr., is under investigation for misusing nonprofit funds. He has taken vacations with nonprofit funds meant to help his community. He's refused to pay his staff, his youth workers from this community, his constituents. And then, here's where I'm real pissed off, right? Because you're supposed to be a man of the people, you're supposed to represent us, you're supposed to be out here for us. He runs under a progressive bill. He runs under a progressive bill. You're supposed to be here for us, right? Then why, when we are questioning you on social media, where's Larry? Pay Larry. You blocked Larry. You turned the comments off, started deleting comments, and then turned them all off. And then got the nerve to drop some half-ass bullshit statement talking about, oh, we not gonna name Larry, but then we name Larry. Oh, we gonna pay Larry. And then his chief of staff talking about Larry been paid already. Yeah, that's what they said. And the one thing I'm sitting here wondering about is we all here for an explanation, but we get doors in our face. So what I'ma say is cut the motherfucking check and let us go home. But they're not gonna do that. And they're gonna sit here and act like we're naive, we're stupid, we don't know how this works. And we right here. Now, I ain't from Southside, but I gotta quote Larry in honor. Southside, we outside right now.
We outside. This is Southside. This is my
Talk about it.
Stop these rounds. Thank you, bro.
And they still sitting in here ignoring. We done rang the doorbell, we done knocked politely, we done asked for conversations. We got doors in our face. Shit, if he been paid, where the receipt? That's it. But he don't got that. He said personnel got that, but he chief of staff, so he head of that. But hey, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm confused. But hold up, exactly. My man just said it. Where's the accountability? Because I talked all summer. I can't hold y'all. I told my people go out and vote for a bullshit ass Democratic Party who's gonna come here and do the work for us. And I'm still waiting. Where's the accountability? It's right motherfucking here. We put you in office, we will take you out. Easily, no problem. Every day until Larry gets paid, we will make this noise, we will make it be known. This is what you stand for. Because this is a black man. And all my life I've been told as a black man, you gotta be 10 times better. You gotta work 10 times harder and you gotta show out so for the next people to come. And that's what this man is doing right now in his position. He's supposed to be a Marine. They talk about don't leave no man behind. Where's Larry's check, bro? And he's still sitting in there being quiet, so he's not gonna come out and say nothing. Right? He said he in a meeting, but he's sitting at the front desk like a receptionist. But it's whatever. He can do whatever he needs.
Your meeting is to call the paychecks to Larry. That's your meeting. Is outside. The meeting is out front.
But I say all of that to say this, y'all. We will not let up on this. Larry said it. We're gonna make you feel what it feels like to suffer like we do. Because we out here doing your work, and you can at least pay us. In the cold, bro. I don't know about y'all. I hate the cold. I'm not trying to be outside. It's brick. I'm not hearing it. But we out here, and I thank all y'all for coming out for my brother, and I thank all of y'all for continuing this fight. But we gonna make sure Larry get paid, and we gonna make sure we holding these motherfuckers accountable. Because I am sick and tired of telling my people support bullshit-ass politicians like this who come and take from the community. You ain't no better than the Mitch McConnells holding the stimulus checks. You ain't no better.
run that money right now and motherfucker pay Larry.
All right, I want to introduce the next speaker. Again, brothers and sisters, for those who don't know why you are out here because I am a black man, a foster care youth at that, and a civil rights social justice activist, movement strategist that worked for this man that is a sellout to the community of Southside Jamaica, Queens, and did not pay me over 5 weeks of pay. 5 weeks of pay. Shame! 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 I'm going to introduce the next speaker, my brother Chris, who's the founder, one of the founders of Coalition of Passionate Youth, COPY, a youth-led organization, and is also a constituent, and is also living in Southside Jamaica, Queens, right on the base of Sutton Boulevard in Linden.
So we out here to support Larry, right? So I had a conversation with a candidate for city council. And I was like, yo, why don't city council support our youth? Why don't they invest in our youth? You know what they said? You know what he told me? He gave me the inside scoop. He said, politicians don't care about youth because we don't show up. We don't go out and vote. We not hitting the streets. But where we at right now? Where we at? We in the fucking streets, right? So now we gotta show all these politicians what we about, cause they don't believe in us. They think we cowards, they think we ignorant, they think we uneducated. But it's 2021, this is Generation Z. We're not taking the bullshit no more. We need everybody in the streets. We need everybody to hit them polls and vote. Because when you don't vote, they think they could get away with stealing our money. They think they could go on all-inclusive vacations with our money. This is what they doing to us. They taking advantage of us. We gotta show them that we about business. We gotta show them that our voices matter. So what we gonna do? We gotta get in the streets. We gotta stay in the streets. We gotta stay voting and show them that we do show up. Let them know that we do show up. That's the only way they're gonna start respecting us.
All right, y'all. I want to introduce somebody who is the wokest white woman I've ever met in my life. Like, it's like our community whipped her into wokeness. Because she is not even just an ally and an advocate. She is truly like a co-conspirator. Somebody who I thank every day I see her. 24 hours, 7 days a week. I am truly blessed to know you. And you know that. For all of the times you have protected us out of harm's way. Literally. Like, you deserve, like, unlimited blessings, Queen. You need to know this. Her name is Nikki. God bless y'all. Nikki, take the stage. From AP. Let's give it up for AP.
First of all, shout out to all the folks that I see here from Abolition Park. AP constantly stands up for folks in our community, and I know they've been standing up for Larry in a big way. I met Larry at Occupy City Hall and have been just incredibly blessed to get to know him over the last several months. Larry is by far one of the most kind and empathetic young people and one of the most powerful voices and leaders that I've had the pleasure of getting to know and watch grow in this movement. But the fact of the matter is Larry shouldn't have to be this outstanding, amazing human being to get paid by Senator Sanders. Senator Sanders needs to cut the fucking check now. There's no reason why someone in this office cannot walk out here with a check for Larry right now. Larry's owed more than 5 weeks of pay, over $2,000. Everyone here participates in mutual aid. We know how much money $2,000 is. And that's sort of what I want to talk about too is, you know, Larry came up in the foster care system. He's now aged out of the foster care system. He's living in a shelter. $2,000 means the world to Larry. That means a roof over his head. That means food in his stomach on a daily basis. So I'm helping Larry raise money through a GoFundMe We're trying to get him housed, something else that Abolition Park is also helping with. So please, 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 I'll post Larry's GoFundMe later today. Please support that, please share that. While Larry's waiting on his check, let's bring the community together to support him and get him housed and fed throughout the winter. All right, thanks y'all.
What's outrageous?
Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages!
Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages! Unpaid wages!
All right, unpaid wages. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to introduce the next speaker, who is a brother of Queens, the whole Queens. He does so much for mutual aid. He does Ozone Community Fridge. He's also a part of so many different organizations and does so much for young people. Okay, give me 1 second. I would love to hear this.
Where's the check? We want the check!
I want y'all to get a camera in there too. Booty, go on, go on.
Better cut out the check!
Motherfuckers only respect power, huh?
Where's Larry anyways? Taking nap? Question mark. Larry is the man right here in the yellow bandana who was just speaking.
And y'all better record that conversation while you in there too.
Make it hot.
Larry, audio recording. We out here, Larry.
My bad.
All sorcery. Larry, take his phone. Take his phone. Take his phone.
You can occupy the chest right
I sat for a minute and strategized.
Are you live? Yeah. Tell people to call that number and ask for Larry's money.
Hey yo, everybody! While we outside waiting, take a photo of that 718 number on the awning. Let's start blowing up that number and ask for Larry's money. Put that picture on your story and your post. Let everyone know. Let everyone know to start calling up for Larry's money. Everybody call 718-523-3069 and tell them cut the check. 718-523-3069. Everyone share that. Everyone share that right now. Take out your phones. Everyone should be on social media sharing that number, telling all your followers to call that number and ask for Larry's money. Right now, thank you. $5,000. $5,000 he stole.
gonna put that mask on too while he's in here. To the end. I really want to appreciate Real SEL, and I want first-hand account of what happened when the police came.
So brother, we'd like to hear from you what happened this morning at 3111 North Grand.
My name is Tim Ringo Waller. I'm the campaign for Kalambayi Bentham. And about 1:30, police came and knocked on our door, campaign office door. I peeked out. About 5 or 6 of them were out there. Told me to come out. I came outside. They asked me how did I get inside. I said with a key. At that point, she continued to question me, and then she said, you can't be in this building. You have to leave right now. At that point, I told them I had my coat and my computer inside. They said, you can go get it, but you gotta leave. And when I got my coat, computer, I came back outside. Police sat here for 5-10 more minutes. 2 police cars over here, 2 over on the other side of the street. Then they left. But they told us we couldn't come back in there at all.
Wow. So they effectively closed down the campaign office for the upcoming election for the 3rd Ward. Wow, that's quite disturbing. Okay, Real STL News, we'll follow up with this eviction, condemnation. We'll follow up with this with the city. Hopefully we'll be able to speak to Director of Public Safety, Jimmy Edwards, and maybe the building inspector responsible for issuing this citation. Okay, Real STL News in the 3100 block of Grand Avenue, where they have closed the office of candidate Kalan Baye. Real STL News will follow up. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Especially right here. We just don't have no fucking sympathy. So it's just. Basically, and that's the crazy part, because when you say that this means that, like, you guys will go to a right? I mean, that's right, you're saying? But there's no address, there's no day, there's no time of when I'm getting that check.
Fucking confused!
Wait, so what's he want you to do? Bro, you're trying to explain it.
They are not willing to write up. I know the fucking system.
Let me see.
One second, one mic. One mic.
Yo, she's talking to you. She's talking to you. She's talking to you.
Look over me. I'm talking to you. Across the block, so, 1 second. He is homeless. He lives in a shelter. So I'm confused as to how you guys mail a check to him. So what's the solution? Because this is ridiculous. Can we get the address?
You said they mailed it to what shelter?
How you guys just mailing around money, but you can't get the money check right?
Why it took 5 weeks to mail him a check?
One mic.
Why it took 5 weeks to mail him a check?
One mic. Because that's exactly why they don't want to talk to us. Because they want to get real disrespectful. So we're really going to talk to you real respectful right now. So, what I'm not understanding is how you guys can't just get the check to him direct. If he lives in a homeless shelter, and I'm talking. If he said that he had direct deposit, why did it take over 5 weeks, social media blowing up the senator's line, to now talk about it's inside of a shelter? Where's the address to the shelter? That's what I'm asking you. How do you not have that? What are you? What are you?
He's the chief of staff.
Where's the senator?
He's not a damn shame.
I have a better question, right?
Or is your position too low? This is disrespectful conversation. When you don't run a black man his money, then I get disrespectful. Because you're comfortable. You ain't in the homeless shelter. That's exactly what I'm telling him. You have a whole suit and tie. I'm confused.
Alright, so
Because you're stuttering because you don't have the information. So call the senator, the person who's actually making checks instead of the middleman. Because you're not doing nothing for the right. Also, he just steals and embezzles his body. Understood. Call the senator. Call the senator.
call the senator.
You're nobody. Call the senator. Okay, so why you not replying to her? Because if you do not know what it's done, because you got no type of information, you're nobody who does not have information that's responsible. If you do not know where the check is at, you should call the senator like you said. Call the senator.
How come you can't put a stop on the stop for the state and the check on the
So you're saying the check was sent in personnel? Yes. Okay. But then they mailed it. They told me they mailed it this morning.
I thought you said Friday. I thought you just told me Friday. Wait, you know you just told me Friday too. When I was just talking to you, you said they mailed it Friday, right? You just said they mailed it this morning.
This is what happens when you run and you start stumbling over your lies. I'm really confused.
Once again, can you stop that check and cut another one? So he can walk interest, all that other shit that y'all do. Okay, so can he go to where right now and get it? It doesn't work like that. Tell me how it works, because I'm not working.
He said it's personal. You want personal check from the council? Okay, so I got two questions. One, when is the expected delivery date of the check? Do you know?
It came today.
Okay. Alright, when you follow up with
Up here.
I demand Senator James Sanders to be on the phone line right now, giving some goddamn answers.
That's the problem with this check. And he is the key.
First, the check was literally mailed to the address as a bounce back, right? Then you stated that I stated that I had direct deposit, and you know I had direct deposit. I had direct deposit from y'all, and you decided to not do direct deposit. So you decided to mail the check to Manhattan. Now you're telling all of us that the check got mailed out this morning. What is the real truth here? Where's the transparency? Where's the communication?
Can you cancel that check and you go get the
Hey, call the senator. It's that easy. Call the senator.
very seriously. This is not funny at all.
Call the senator. Call the senator and put him on the phone and let him know we outside. Period. So, put him on the phone.
So wait, we at Albany, right? The senator,
Put him on the phone. Here's the receipt. We got a receipt. We got a receipt on the check. I'm sending you. Call the senator.
Email us the receipt.
Hold on. Wait. Can you get a receipt?
Senator Sanders steals from black people.
I see your printer back there.
Senator James Sanders steals from black people.
Hold on.
Senator James Sanders.
Hold on, Larry. Hold on real quick. All right, I'm on question because we need that conversation. All right. So you said that you sent out the check, but then you want to read that. No. Hold the fuck up. I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. Thank you very much. As I was saying, excuse me. Thank you very much. As I was saying, do not be close.
Do not shut the door on the black woman. Do not shut the door on the black woman.
Yeah, do not close that door. Do not close that door.
Don't gotta do this close on her face.
Well, you're not going to do that.
All I'm asking is just for James Sanders to come on, bro. This is in Albany.
Yo, don't close that door, bro.
There's nothing
What nobody gonna do is
What are you laughing for?
Why are you trying to even stick your snap for the baby in your goddamn Stanton Lincoln? I know you probably railroaded black and brown youth who worked for you to get that goddamn Lincoln. So now guess
what?
You don't have to give it because I said I'm trying to. They want confirmation. That's all they want. Just for confirmation.
When you call Senate President because for the conversation?
No, because this is a part of what you think. How you going to shut the door on me when I'm asking you a question to where I was speaking to you earlier when I said that, yo, like, you said that, you said the check, so then you want to reconnect, you want to restore your own story and say that, oh, I'm not sending it out. So why are you trying to shut me down? Why are you trying to shut down a black woman who was speaking facts to you earlier? Real talk. Real talk. Because we can do this all day.
Email something. Email something. Get him off the corner. I know what the hell he's doing up here anyway. Where that money at? Where the money at? Where is the money at? Where is the money? They don't do nothing up here. Nothing.
For them to listen to what's
There ain't two things he did around here. Nothing. What did you do,
Not even that. You got an email.
Yeah, Miss Cook. Exactly.
So I'm tired of the lies. I would like to receive
Something, bro. An email, something.
I did not send out the check. Did he not say he sent out the check? Did he not say it? And then he said he did not send out the check?
Personnel sent the check out.
You sent Friday and you sent Monday.
I'm not asking for the story. It's his story.
That's
Proceed!
How did they notify you? How did they notify you that the check was sent out? They called? No, they emailed him about it. They emailed you about the check, right? They emailed you about the check, right? No, that's not going to be possible. They emailed him. He has an email about the check.
Thank you!
You have an email about the check. You have an email about the check, right?
So you are not going to will not be the
Nobody, that's what I'm trying to let y'all understand. This man's nobody. He's not no middleman, he's nothing.
That's not smiling about this, sir.
See, I don't know what he has been laughing the whole entire time. I think they don't pay him enough to get yourself to face right now. They do not pay him enough for this.
What's going on? I don't know why he's taking the heat.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, you know what? You can surround yourself. He has to get upside down. That's the first thing we got to talk about. You're not going to go way upside down, sir. That's what. Right, I hear you.
They said they can't do that. They've already mailed the check. So, in this instance, for the market, nobody wants this. Nobody wants to happen. You guys don't just trust. We always have a trust. Understood. So, as long as
I'm difficult to talk.
or that they can email. There's an email of confirmation that the check's been sent and the receipt.
Word to mama.
So let's try. You said it. Email. Don't say semantics on that, because like this is the thing. Because you know very well that you have been saying that, oh, sales personnel the whole time, and we've been asking you a receipt for now 45 minutes. So like, don't try and play like she asked you for something different. I asked you the same thing. No, you are beating around the bush.
Email confirmation.
Yes,
that I could probably do.
You can get email confirmation with a confirmation of the check that has been sent. Not we sent the check. No.
How can I get that if the check has been
because
sent?
you're emailing them. Ask them. That's what you say. You take it out. You say,
if the
hi,
check is in the mail,
can I just have?
Let me ask you a question. If the check is in the mail, right?
They would have a receipt that they sent the check out. No.
No,
the check, they wouldn't have an account record.
So given the
so like.
can you reach out to me to send something up to say, yes, this is blah, blah, blah. Yes. So, what time is it right now? It's like 42, right? Okay, so
You have one job! It's to take care of us! You are trapped! You are trapped!
All right, guys, let's get back to program. So we see a lady in front of us who is the assemblywoman of this district, whose state senator is this man right here. And she doesn't care to even listen to her young people who gave her that position as an assemblywoman. So now we know what to do. There's no excuses. Vivian Cook, assemblywoman. Y'all know what to do. Young people's voices are being silenced. Silenced! We have no respect for your black skin. Just that all our skin folks ain't our kin folks. And these black people do not belong to us at all. At all. All right, y'all, we back to programming. My next speaker is the head leader of Freedom March. You've all seen her. Her name is Nia. She has a lot to say. We're going to let her take the microphone. Thank you, Nia, for putting this man. Oh, thank you for just.
Y'all know I'm not that tall. Okay. Let me just zip it on my jacket because y'all know I get extra.
It's cold.
Yeah, but when I talk, I get real angry and get hot. Period. I just want to take this moment to say thank you to Larry, who has been out here since day one when the process has been happening inside New York City. So thank you, Larry. Give Larry his roses. Give Larry his applause now. Larry, you don't need no check because you got the community. You don't need nothing because you got us, so remember that. You have a family in these streets. You have a family. Every time that you think that New York City does not respect you, New York City does not deserve you, we deserve you. And you don't deserve any of this shit. Don't be ashamed, don't be sad, don't be nothing. We love you, Larry. And it brings tears to my eyes because I've seen youth like you. If y'all don't know me, my name is Nia. When I was young, my mother used to take in foster youth, so I've seen people in this system inside my home, so I call my brothers and sisters. I've seen people like Larry. I've seen humans like Larry who was disrespected and treated like animals in the street, left out in the cold with their children, left out in the cold to go into NYCHA housing, to be forgotten by a system that was built to forget about them. I've seen Larry in so many young people's eyes. I have seen Larry in my own eyes. Larry is a human. Larry deserves to be respected, and he deserves his motherfucking money. That's right. It's just real funny to me how now all of a sudden, after I was asking for the receipts, you now can pull up receipts after a man told you to get receipts. But I'm not even gonna talk about that.
And fuck you for that too.
Period. It's just real funny to me. And it's real ironic to me how we, the youth, has been out here organizing on your behalf. Organizing, knocking on doors, slamming doors in people's faces so that you guys can get the vote. So you guys can be voted into politician rooms. And you guys can go into these offices and make these bills on our quote-unquote behalf. We put you inside of these buildings, and I promise you, it will be the last thing I do if I take you out. That's right. I am 18 years old. I am a freshman in my second year at Hampton University. I was just an intern at Jumaane Williams Building. I have worked in politics. I know what the system does, and I know exactly what it's supposed to do, and that shit ain't it. Larry is a human, and they are trying to dehumanize him by exactly this. They are trying to divide us. It's not even about the money anymore. It's about the lack of respect. It's about the lack of accountability. Just apologize to the young man. You want to talk about you cut a check? Apologize to him. Just tell the man that, yes, I was wrong. Yes, I am sorry. That's it. That's all we're asking. So when I'm getting disrespectful, when I'm getting angry, it's because you don't want to listen to young people. Constantly, for decades and for ages, they say that the youth is not organized. What the fuck is this? What is this?
They don't think you can bring people to the streets.
They thought that we couldn't vote Trump out. What the fuck did we do? They thought that we wasn't gonna win the Georgia runoffs. What the fuck did we do? They thought that we weren't going to be outside summer, winter, spring, fall, and what are we doing?
We outside with it.
And I'm real cold, but I don't care. It's just real funny to me how the youth is supposed to not be organized, but we are organized. It's real funny to me how we look to adults for the answers constantly, but young people have been giving the blueprints and the answers this whole entire year and last year. I'm gonna come off this mic so I can go back over there and keep on ringing this man's doorbell because I don't give a damn, and he's gonna hear me because I'm a black woman and I deserve to be heard the same way Larry deserves to be heard. That's right. I will give any amount of opportunities to Larry because he deserves it. I'll give any opportunities that I have to the young people who I have seen out here on the streets because they deserve it. The politicians in the building ain't doing nothing for me at this point. It seems as though I have to go in the building and do it myself, and I'm only 18, so what's up? Thank you again, Larry. We love you.
All right, y'all, I got my next speaker. She came all the way out from Georgia on over a 12-hour bus ride, maybe like 8-10 hours, I'm guessing it, but like I had to speak to her because literally I was battling a lot of mental health and depression and suicide and sadness from all of this because we've been in similar situations, and I had to literally pray to God and get on my knees and just ask him, why? It's I feel like sometimes my community don't deserve me, y'all. And it's not y'all, but it's just people who are in positions of power in these inadequate government institutions who literally need to practice what they preach because it's really all propaganda. And I spoke to this young woman, this iconic queen who has been organizing not just in New York City, but all over the United States. And I'm incredibly grateful and thankful to know you, Newpal. I'm blessed. I'm incredibly thankful for God putting you in my life as a sister. Seriously, you don't understand. This world, sometimes I feel like they don't understand a quarter of what me and you, or Nia, or young people, period, have ever been through. How marginalized we've been, how we've been consistently put down, disrespected, spat on, stomped on, abducted, neglected, sexually assaulted, verbally assaulted, physically assaulted, mentally assaulted, and spiritually assaulted. So please, the mic is yours, big sister. God bless you.
No justice?
No peace!
No justice?
No peace!
Hi everyone, I'm so happy. I just want to say, first and foremost, Larry, I'm really proud of you for being out here and showing up for yourself and having the community come out and show up with you. So that's first and foremost. And I'm so happy to be back in New York. I had to take a little break for my mental health as well, but I'm happy to be back with you guys on the front lines. And I love each and every one of you. And again, my name is Newpal Kiazolu. I'm 20 years old. I'm from Brooklyn. So yeah.
Oh my God.
So this matter is really personal to me as a survivor of domestic and sexual violence, which led to me and my family being homeless for a great deal of my life. And I've been in New York City shelters. And excuse me if I get emotional because I'm just going back. You can ask my mom, my brothers. This is something that we talk about every single day in our household. The way that they treat poor black and brown people in the city, the way that they treat people in shelters. We were in a domestic violence shelter, being treated like criminals. Anybody from the Bronx knows, or anybody from New York who's been homeless should know about the PATH Center in the Bronx, where all the homeless people go when they don't have anywhere to stay. That's where me and my family were. We were treated like fucking criminals, talked to like we are less than human, treated like second-class citizens. So this senator right here, it doesn't surprise me. It happens in all the governmental agency buildings. Soon as you tell them I'm someone that doesn't have a home and I need assistance, that's when the looking down starts. That's when they start treating you any type of way, talking to you any type of way. My mother has come home crying on more times than I can even count on both of my hands because of how she was treated in these governmental agencies. So this conversation has to go deeper. It's not just Larry, it's not just me, it's every poor black and brown person and every poor person across New York City and this country. And we deserve better. That's right. We deserve more. And this right here is what community for fuck looks like. This is what community looks like. I tell people all the time, if your elected officials are not doing what the fuck they supposed to do, you pull up on them, and that's what we did today. We pulling up to their houses. We pulling up to their offices. If you got a side job, we'll be there too. Until we get justice, you will see no peace.
That's right.
Until we get justice, you will see no peace. Because I am beyond tired. I am beyond tired of coming out here and marching for the things that we shouldn't even have to march for. This man should have his checks. He should have his money. He should have got that shit on time. They comfortable. They going back to their houses with heat. Their bills are paid. Why shouldn't he have his money to pay his bills? This is fucking ridiculous. And we know what to do in the next election cycle. Vote him out! 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 And that's on period. That's on period. Right. So we pulling up. I want every elected official in New York City to know that you will see my black ass at your doorstep if you ain't doing what the hell you supposed to do. You will see all of us at your doorsteps. And I mean that. I pulled up on Daniel Cameron in Kentucky and got arrested. So what makes me think I won't pull up on you? Say it again. We outside. We are outside. It don't matter if it's snow, sleet, heat. We outside until we get the justice and liberation that we deserve. And there is power in community. It doesn't matter about how many people come out. Numbers don't matter as much as impact. And this right here had one hell of an impact.
Let's go. Let's talk about it.
They're going to remember this. So the next person you decide to be trifling to and not pay them their goddamn, first of all, you ain't even going to have no another term. But for the remainder of your term, you ain't going to have another motherfucking person come up in here and you don't give them their money on time. Because you going to see me and we going to be back up here every single day until Larry gets his damn money.
Let's go.
I will be out here. And to the NYPD, I don't know who the hell y'all think y'all scaring. Sitting there looking dumb as hell. Just looking dumb as hell looking at me.
Fuck your drone.
So I say all that to say, thank you guys for showing up. I love each and every one of you. New York is really the greatest. I've been a lot of places, but it's nothing like home. And I love you guys so much. And we're going to show up. We're going to continue to show up for Larry and every single person in our community. Because if you fuck with us, you fuck with all of us. That's on period. I love you guys. Free fucking
Come on, talk to us.
Thank you so much, New Paul. Respectfully, for everybody who just came or who doesn't know, I'll be the last person to speak because I have a lot of shit to get off my chest. I want to just open the room for just people like really have been supporting me, and all of y'all I'm incredibly grateful for. Y'all don't understand. I'm at an extreme, vulnerable spot right now where I am being railroaded. I cannot trust no one, and I can trust y'all, and you know I can trust y'all. You know I can trust you. And I'm just like, the worst mental health crisis at this time, because first, this man released a statement. He's the chief of staff of Senator Sanders. I love y'all too. It shouldn't even have to be like this. None of us want to be outside right now doing this. None of us. And you close at 5 o'clock. Somebody let me know what the time is.
It's 4 minutes to 5.
Oh, you ain't closing. It ain't happening.
Oh, we closing now.
Because if you go, oh, he is? He closing?
Oh, we gonna close him.
Oh, that's perfect. Because I hope if he closes, he can say something on the microphone of where my check is. Run my shit right now.
This is the only way out, right?
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, you already know.
Ooh. I would like to introduce the next speaker, guys. He's a brother, somebody who heard the story and like enlightened my mind on how much Senator James Sanders has been getting away with so much things that a lot of us don't even know about. He literally sent me a lot of links, told me things, posted about this injustice, and it's not just with me, but Senator James Sanders has been stealing from nonprofits, has been stealing money, and his brother is a Democratic Socialist of America of Queens DSA. My brother Aaron, the floor is yours, brother. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for being here.
Hey guys, I did not expect to speak today, but we just saw what happens when we that crowd around Vivian Cook's car. She has been in office for so long. What the hell has she done for us? What the hell has James Sanders done for the decade in office? What have they done?
Nothing.
Jack shit.
Nothing.
2022 coming. Those primaries are coming. We need to vote them out. We can do it. We can vote them out. We can change this. We can get these machine politicians out of office. It has to happen. And I thank you so much, Larry, for holding this. Thank you for shedding light on this. They're stealing from us. They can do it because they don't have people watching. But we're watching. We're here right now, right? We're watching.
Give us a number.
Sorry, I don't know what to say. I didn't know. Thank you all for doing this. Thank you so much. Keep doing this every week so we get this check for Larry. Every week. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Thank you guys.
Thank y'all. The next person I want to introduce is a brother who does community fridges, mutual aid, does so much in the neighborhood of Queens. He has actually been helping me expose my Queens DA. And my Queens DA, Melinda Katz, has been getting away with railroading our black incarcerated youth who are wrongfully convicted for their crimes. And they are sitting at Rikers in upstate for crimes that they have never done before. And this is why we are all here, because each and every elected official that is on this block, whether it's Vivian Cook, Senator James Sanders, Melinda Katz, are all a part of the Queens political establishment that has failed us miserably.
That's a fact.
So the next person I'm going to introduce is my brother, Farouk. Please, bro, the floor is yours. God bless you.
Yo, I'm from South Jamaica, Queens. So when I say South Side, you're gonna say we outside, okay? That's a fact. South Side. We outside. South Side. We outside. South Side. We outside. I grew up in Southeast Queens for all of my life, and it took me a while to realize that my own folks, my own black and brown leaders, whether it's District Leader Richard David, Councilwoman Adrienne Adams, Vivian Cook, or motherfucking James Sanders, they weaponize our activism, youth. And they weaponize it against us, and they marginalize us. They marginalize their own folks because they ain't one of us. And every day I look at these streets and I look around, so much our community does not need progressive change. That is a fucking lie. Progressivism is a white movement created by white people to oppress us. We need radical change in Southeast Queens. We need abolitionism centered at Southeast Queens. We do not need progressive candidates. Gen Z, we are rising up. We are taking back what they stole from us for so many years. I'm so fucking tired of being on these streets over and over again.
You on the phone with somebody? You on the phone?
I'm tired of being able to keep over and over again from Sean Bell to now. We are still fighting the same injustices and the same people of power are in power.
So you want to speak to that?
Got an hour in, but probably at least 15.
Is that Sanders? I would love to speak to Sanders.
What about the speaker?
I just
Give him the mic, he's talking too low.
Full disclosure to the community to hear my information.
Let's go. Well, what information? Don't throw those social out here.
In the community, you guys can give my response. I don't have to respond.
What? Somebody get this man the mic so he don't go for it. You got him on video. Let him know he on video. He on video too.
That statement he posted.
Yeah, he politicians, bro. Yo, somebody give him the mic so he can speak up.
Okay, so Justin is all.
You have to go inside then.
Yeah, I got you. I got a recorder on my phone, bro. I'm like, so the senators at Albany, right? So this whole time we telling these fathers, you can walk these guys over there and do this, right? Now all of a sudden it's telling you all the time.
Respectfully, I'm I would love to call that nigga. Please DM me that Like, we Gen Z, we can go home. That's the problem. We Gen Z's are already paying.
Wait, but exactly the gag is he's like the chair of the bank committee.
Yeah, we can get him off banks.
You say he's the chair of the what committee? Of the what committee?
Anti-vaccine. He's anti-vaccine.
It sucks that we had to make it free. We were not without power. The fact is, like, now after you take right, I did see that.
He was busy after hand with anti-vaxxers, conservatives, right-wing people instead of Larry and Money. That's what he's doing. For a second, one thing that I never seen this man. I look right down there, I never seen him.
Bro, you got the top place. He got the top place recording receiver there right now. It's good, bro.
Especially, I'll be on the spot.
Trump will bill because it's so much local.
Trying to make a fax page.
I tweeted her, I was like, why are you voting for this bill? And she's like, oh, I'm not doing that. Of course not. And she literally co-sponsored it, supporting it. She's like, my dad worked in Rikers, so I have to vote for a cop like that.
Whoa! That's disgusting. First of all, the cop don't even think your dad a cop because he a CO.
And he voted for rail rollbacks. He voted for...
Yo, guys, look at Larry's face. He's giving it to him. He's giving it to him. Look at his face. Yo, Larry's a
Okay, guys.
You got that money?
Senate personnel, Senate payroll decided to deliver my check in the mail since last Thursday. My question is, why was a statement said that to resolve the issue, Larry should go to Manhattan Friday to pick up the check? So that was a lawyer that I just spoke to. A lawyer. So they're looking to like probably press charges. So the Senate's lawyer. I believe it's Senate's lawyer. Apparently the check was mailed out. It's not a person. But where's the transparency? The judge did a statement when I exposed you. And you stated, you stated Friday that I will be paid in Manhattan to solve the issue, but then you also stated before that you knew I had direct deposit. So why did y'all mail me the check through direct deposit? The story keeps changing, so guess what? We don't know what to believe.
We outside!
We're gonna continue doing what we're doing, and the show must go on.
We outside!
We outside!
We outside!
They think you must be young, bro. They think that because they can use us as rhetoric. They just try to use us as rhetoric, and you know what I'm saying? They always try to like use us as rhetoric.
No, guys, we recorded everything that just happened. So yeah, we'll see who has the last laugh out of all of them. Anyways, back to my brother Farouk, y'all. I'm about to say.
If you leave right now, let's check him out. Southside.
We outside.
Southside.
We outside.
And we have to say again, please get the money, but you're going to say Larry get the money. Who get the money?
Larry get the money.
Who get the money?
Larry get the money.
All power to whom?
The people.
All power to whom?
The people.
People, you heard?
You got anything else to say? You got anything else to say?
Can I get a chair for him?
Why you smiling? Why you smiling?
Fuck your job. Fuck your job.
Be ashamed of yourself. You do not belong to black people at all.
Period. Take away the black
And you
card.
need to know that.
Exclamation point.
Because when I look at this office, I think of Malcolm Smith, and I think of Shirley, whatever her name was, and all the other people who were convicted to 7 years of prison for wire fraud, conspiracy, for bribery, for stealing money out of non-profits. Shame!
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 Everything is in God's hands, and God will punish you miserably. The show must go on.
What the fuck matches Ronnie blue? Yo, so many times.
You heard his feelings. My son did. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. So what we see right here, it shows us what our future needs to be. We need to radicalize, mobilize, and center youth voices going forward. This change cannot happen. This change has to happen ASAP. It cannot be a slow change. It needs to be a drastic, fast change. We need to vote these people out of office. And this is not an isolated incident. There are multiple members in the key establishment that need to be voted out. Black and brown communities who poster in our community events. She comes out to black and brown community events, and these same people walking her in open arms. She's a white woman enslaving our black and brown youth. Her black and brown leaders have her involved in the maximum capacities. We need to start voting. We need to start mobilizing, organizing. Southeast Queens needs a radical change, and that's how we get past this. When we center our voice and we stick hand in hand. Because there is no unity in community. We need to go forward and hold everybody accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tix. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
All right, y'all. My next speaker is a brother who has been doing so much for the community. We all know him. We've all protested with this brother. He has led so many marches, demonstrations, press conferences, rallies, does so much. He was actually in Louisiana for the family of Kawan Charles. And he's seen something that we would never want to see our children go through, a lynching. And no answers have been done. No politicians are probably giving y'all the answers that y'all want. Correct, brother? Whew. I know you have a lot to say, brother. Let's bring up Biggs. Come on, y'all.
First off, make some noise for Larry, y'all. Make some noise. Let's go. Make some noise. It's my pleasure to be out here tonight. And, you know, when I saw what was going on with Larry, I was going to show up anyway. No matter what it took me to get out here, I made sure that I made my way out here all the way from Harlem. Made sure I made my way out here. But also, for those of you who know my partner, Regine, she's also from Southside. So when she found out what was going on in Southside, she got on my ass and made sure that I made it out here for her brother.
I love her. I love her.
So behind a strong black king, there's always a strong black queen. And she'll make sure that even when she's not present, her king is doing right by his community. And so I was going to show up for my brother Larry. And I was going to make sure that I came out here. I was going to make sure that this neighborhood knows what is going on with this bozo who's in his office right now. Prior to me getting back to New York City, I've only been home for about 2 weeks. I was down in Georgia myself, organizing for the runoffs down there. And I know what it looks like to put a senator in office that the people trust and know will do them right. I know what it's like to take a Republican incumbent out of office and replace them with someone who will do us right. I know what that looks like. But I also know what it feels like to be considered what New York City has a label on youth who go through issues like this. I know what it's like to be a quote-unquote at-risk youth. For those of you who've heard me talk about my education story, I was part of the 40% of young black men that drop out of high school, but I realized that I could no longer be a statistic, and I got over that. So anytime I hear that there's an issue with black youth, I'm going to step out. Because I know that those role models and the people that trusted in me got behind me and made sure that I got where I am right now. I'm going to remember those people. I'm going to carry on what they said to me. And I'm going to apply that to other black youth that need help. There should be no reason as to why Larry does not have his check right now. There should be no reason as to why we should have to stand here and make all this noise in front of this man's, I'm not even going to call it an office, I'm going to call it a goddamn chicken coop, because I realize that he's a goddamn bird.
Hit it home, brother.
I am tired. I am frustrated. I am tired of being tired. To every single one of you that have seen Larry this summer, have seen what he is capable of doing, have heard the words that have come out of his mouth, have seen him rise up, I'm giving you a task. I'm giving you a task right now. Nikki mentioned earlier Larry's GoFundMe. When that GoFundMe gets launched, whatever the goal may be, y'all have 5 days to make that goal. I'm giving you guys, as community members and as allies, a responsibility right now. I know it's possible because those of you who have been paying attention to my Instagram, I have a GoFundMe campaign that only launched only 14 hours ago, and I am now at my goal. So let's go and make some motherfucking change happen for Larry too.
Let's go!
Let's make some change happen for this brother. And let's make sure that no more black youth in Southside Jamaica, in New York City, in this country have to go through what Larry has gone through again. Peace and blessings, y'all. Thank you so much. And can I get an ashe? Ashe!
right, so the next speaker I got is somebody who stood beside me when we organized the foster care march. Someone who has done so much for young people and risking her life while she was living in a state of an emergency. Cried with me, beside me, and knows how it feels to be possibly in a homeless shelter or in a foster home, or not to be treated with respect and love from your own goddamn family members, but to be railroaded by the system, because we know that the system has never failed Black, Indigenous, people of color. It's designed to do what the fuck it's supposed to do. This young queen said something very important that stood out to me when I went home the night of that foster care march that we organized. And she says, y'all talk about advocating for the youth, but when it comes to putting in the work, you don't want to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, my sister Ella, God bless y'all. Thank you.
I didn't really expect to speak, but when I heard what was happening to my brother Larry, I was infuriated, but I was not surprised. These politicians do not give a single shit about us. I knew this since I was like 10 years old. Every politician to me is a coon. They don't care about the Black youth. They don't want to care about the Black youth. When it comes to spending their own money, they will choose their money over us. And there's a problem with that. That's why we call for abolition, complete abolition of all these politicians, to make sure that the community can truly have our backs. I also had experiences with PATH when I was younger. When I came back up from Atlanta, I was escaping from my abusive father, and me and my mother had to go. We cannot rely on these politicians no longer. We have to rely on each other. So, when my brother Larry puts up his GoFundMe, I want all of y'all, I mean every single one of y'all here, to post it on your fucking Instagrams. I don't care about your fucking algorithm. I don't care about none of that. We need justice for Larry. We need justice for our youth. We need to take care of our youth and truly listen to us. Like, oh my gosh, the ageism in this fucking movement is insane. The disrespect that I have been receiving from these so-called adults who think they know everything is insane. I should not have to scream at you guys for you to truly listen to me. I should not have to yell at you every day for you to truly see how much pain that I have also been in. I am 17 years old, but I know what this system can do to my people. And maybe I'm not as educated as somebody who's 20, 24, 32, but I will still speak my mind. As long as I'm alive, I will still advocate for the youth. I will advocate for all Black lives, but I want to fully focus on the youth. The way that the youth in this movement have been treated in this movement has made me feel like I do not want anybody near the Black youth community but the youth. That's it.
Still murdering, still stealing, still raping. Do we need to go on? Anyway, I'm Lizzie Jarrett, proud Bumbangi, Bunjalung, Dunghutti woman. Blessed to be on the land of the Gadigal people. Give my respects to their elders, past, present, stolen, emerging. Further, my respects to every other single Black fella out here today. And much thanks to all you allies for making this happen. Because reality is we can't do this without you. We've gone from being 100% in this country to less than 3% in only 233 years. If that's not telling you you live under a genocidal regime, I'm not sure what we're learning about Australia. I love this one, you tell him, Arnie. Anyway, I'm not going to go on too much because I'm just like a little MC and organiser. There's many more voices that need to be heard today. Like a beautiful sister standing right behind me with a deadly voice. Please give your respects and welcome him to Miss Gwenda Stanley. Don't tell me no, because we've got to do it, okay? My name's Gwenda Stanley, I'm from Moree, Top Camp 3400. I'm a moderator woman. What can I say? Welcome. You made these streets back again. 15, 20 years ago, all you seen was red, white and blue. As a child coming to Sydney on the Election Act, you knew you weren't welcome. But in the last 5 years, we changed that. We brought the Queen all her citizens, you mob. You were here telling the mob, the government, that you got enough as well. Just like we got enough as well. But you are the Australian citizens of this country. You need to understand that you need to stand with us and help us fight the systemic racist, organised government that we have. You've got a Prime Minister that supports over in America, who doesn't want us to rally. Shine! It ain't COVID killing my people! It's cancer! It's the chemical warfare! It's the food genetic annihilation! That is killing my people! We ain't got one death of COVID, but over 100 deaths of cancers! You tell them on it! Where are our Indigenous doctors if you are so concerned? For my people in our community. This has always been a day of mourning. The banner we held up, Waterloo Creek, on this day in 1838, under command from Snodgrass. There's 1,000 blacks out there, behind the limits of location. If we do not contain them, they will be in the boundary. So they sent a message to England. On May 24th, from Gravesend in England, the ship left. On that ship was the 80th Regiment, fresh after the Napoleon Wars, under the command of Major James Winnett Nunn. This regiment sent a 7-year punitive expedition right through our Gomeroi country. They then were taken from Australia over to start the Pugo, the Sheep War. Them same colonisers was also the ones that started the Zulu War. Are you connecting the colonisation here, people? Are you connecting the history? January 26, 1838. The regiments of the 80th Regiments made their way from Sydney, made their way up through Newcastle, out through Singleton, and up through the Ghats. And everywhere they went, they shot my people. Shame! They slaughtered my people. We call it slaughter because they use their swords. Because if they fired their guns, our people would run. Their Martini rifles, their saber swords, ran rampage on the killing field of the Gomeroi. Well, guess what? You didn't kill us all because I'm here today. Yes, Government wants to talk treaty. Let's start talking trade treaty. Let's start talking about reparations. You tell them on in. Don't be fooled by their damn Uluru statement on their ass. You tell them on in. Okay? It is so damning. It's really damning. You know? It was a bloody document. Yes, we'll pay those that walk out because we don't send our people out. We don't sign a bloody document. Until we want treaties, but let's start talking reparations first. anyone that's marching these streets today. Because the lies they've been feeding you and charging you big headsets for. You know, why do you pay baby people to tell you your own history? You're not even telling the truth about your own people. January 12, 2012 was the 40th anniversary of the Aboriginal Tent Embassy. From that Tent Embassy that time, back 2012, we were given a mandate. A mandate from that embassy was to take that fire and take it back and take it to the streets. And a good example is you follow here today and what we've seen for the last 12 watching these rallies. Not only here in Sydney, but in Brisbane, in Canberra, Melbourne, and right across the country. We've got people mobilising. Linda spoke about a revolution. It is time now. We have our own First Nations Indigenous political parties, so stay tuned. As Amy Cheryl said, we are coming. We ask you to stay in touch with this. Solidarity Towards Treaty. Watch that post, keep updated, and we are letting you know that we are coming. The First Nations people, our own political voice, by the people, for the people, not chosen by being handpicked puppets by the government. You go on there, you tell them! So, Ken Wyatt, all the rest of them, anyone else, come to the table, come to our circle. We ask that everyone also, next year is the 50th anniversary of the Aboriginal Tent Embassy. We ask that everyone to come and converge on the camera with us. We talk about revolution, let's start this. Because together we are strong, together we are mighty. And today we've shown that in every other invasion day up since 2012, with the impact of colonisation has brought us even together stronger. And I think a lot of them not only come in today because please vote to stop us. Really, a lot of them might tell us to get arrested. They're not going to stop us. There's little money in there, you know. I've been under the bubbles all my life. You tell them, Marty! That's the police! Also, we've also started the New South Wales Aboriginal Watch Step Committee again. We have a Western Sydney Watch Committee. And if you're available tonight at 7 o'clock, come out there. We're at the candle vigil. Because if you look at the name, through it itself says a lot. Wait, forgive. You look around these streets, the mountains, the buildings, they're all named after colonisers. Shine! 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 Let's look in the backyard. You ever heard the history? Did you ever understand why do you know Aboriginal people here? You know, they asked me to drop land was a record. They soon told us 7% of there as well. Shine! Shine! So we ask you to stand with us today, and stand with us every fucking day! Wow! You're celebrating! G'day, Nijawa, and once again, Lizzie Jarrett. How are we feeling, you guys? We're ready to start a revolution! Let me see you paying attention today. Always was? Always will be! That's not good enough, you mob. Come on. Always was? Always will be! Right, thank you. Right now, after beautiful Brenda standing there for the last point about the Watch Committee, I get to invite my beautiful auntie and family to the microphone, Latona Gungay. Anybody know that name? Everybody should know that name. Right, let's give it up for my beautiful auntie right now. Thank you. The mother of David Gungay Jr.
Hello, or as my people would say, Yamamola, that means hello. Burum, Murum, Megan Dunda, Dali Mully Dar, Dungadi Ditten, I want to acknowledge the traditional land of where we are standing right now, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. I acknowledge the Eora Nation and present too. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land.
Yes it is, Arnie! Yes it is!
Our land. My name is Utana Dundee. I originate from Dunguddi Nation in Kempsey, New South Wales. A little country town where they chased my son to death.
Shame! Shame!
I am the mother of David Dundee Jr. We all here are here today. It's the 26th of January. They call it Australia Day. Bugger that. It's the invasion day when they kill us all.
You tell them, Marty!
Continue if we don't get an education. We come back at them.
Invasion day!
It all started back in 1788 when the British invaded Gadigal land and stole it from the traditional owners of this country. The colonisers continued to force against people. Let me tell you about the young warrior who fought in the war against the oppressors. His name is David Dundee Jr., my son. My son was killed in Long Bay Prison on the 20th of 2015. That was 5 years ago. Us family are going through a lot of struggles and hurdles, but we will make it. We will make it.
Yes you will, Arnie!
Not wait.
Yes you will!
My beautiful son died in Long Bay Prison Hospital. He was eating a packet of biscuits in his cell. That's all he was doing. The 6 prison guards overpowered him and held him down face first. David kept yelling out, "I can't breathe," until he was dead. David was still at Long Bay Prison Hospital. They left him 22 hours a day in his cell. How was he meant to get any better? He wasn't a danger to himself. The biscuit wasn't going to kill my son. The only danger David's life that day was from the actions of the white prison guards.
You tell him, Arnie! You tell him!
They moved him by force for no reason and held him down. They refused to listen to his cries for help. The coroner held an inquest, and guess what? The prisoner's guards didn't even need to come into the court to look me in the face. They gave it evidence by video leak.
Shame! Shame!
I could say something.
You go on it!
Where the coroner's finding, he said nobody was going to face justice for my son's death. There was no accountability in these findings.
Shame!
So we asked the DPP to act to bring us justice. I said, surely you have to charge these people for killing my son.
Charge them!
The DP said no. So we asked the Safe Work, New South Wales, to intervene. Surely the workplace in the prison was unsafe because my son died. And surely people should be charged for that. The Safe Work, New South Wales, said no.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
It isn't fit. It's all fits. So we all ask the same. It is all fits. A pattern of violence against us and goes back to 1788.
You tell him, Arnie!
Here's another pattern. In the last 30 years, there have been over 440 Aboriginal people died in police custody or in prison. 440 people died and no one has ever been held accountable.
Shame! Shame!
How can you you have over 440 victims and no one gets arrested or charged? I'll tell you why. Because of the victims were Aboriginal.
You tell them, Marty!
I told you why, because I am disgusted, and I am disgusted by the ask for justice in Australia. As you ask yourself this, six Aboriginal men held down a white man until he died. Where do you think those Aboriginal men would be?
In prison!
That's right, in jail for life.
You tell them, Marty!
Life for killing a white man, and yet I can't get a white man to get life for killing an Aboriginal man. I want justice. No white man's justice. I want justice where the life of an Aboriginal man is worth something. This ain't over. I'm going to keep fighting until we live in a country where Black Lives Matter. And also, I would like to say this on the news right now. George Floyd, and that's why I wouldn't be standing here today. My son that died the same way. Asphyxiation hole that can kill you. And this is the hole we have got to get off the system.
You tell them, Marty!
They've been held down, face down, and smothered to death. Or their heart pushed up to their throat, choking on their own heart or their bodies as they use an asphyxiation hole. So it is a killer hole. They are taught this in prisons and trained this asphyxiation hole in prison for these people here that are dead today with that hole.
F the police! Go tell Marty!
Let's watch the police. Let's watch the blue coats. And let's get an education and show these people that we can get educated and take our land back again.
You tell them, Marty!
Thank you.
Thank you, Arnie!
Oh man! I just wanted to say something for a leave. I wanted to thank everyone. I wanted to thank our Palestinian brothers and sisters for showing support. I know you understand what we're going through. The same thing's happening in your country. And as blackfellas, we are responsible for every person in this land. Don't you forget about that. But one thing I wanted to say, finally, when you talk about this country being a penal colony, well, nothing's changed. Because this country was and always will be Aboriginal land. White Australia is, was and always will be a penal colony. Nothing changes. And the blackfellas are the only people that can create change for the better. So you get up your booties and you come with us, blackfellas, and walk with us. And then, for people that sit around and say you're not black, how black are you? And the first we came, there were no women. So go and look for your better blackfella in you. And don't look down upon us. But thank you, everyone. And thank you to the Palestinian brothers and sisters. Oh yes, yes, it's Ghana. Yes,
Listen up now, everyone. We're going to go with huge voices now. We're going to go name all the Aboriginal deaths in custody. Eddie Murray, say his name. Eddie Murray. Louder. Eddie Murray. David Dungay, say his name. David Dungay. Kane Canfield, say his name. Kane Canfield. TJ Hickey, say his name. TJ Hickey. Patrick Fisher, say his name. Patrick Fisher. Eric Whittaker, say his name. Eric Whittaker. Louder, people, louder. TJ Hickey was chased by the police and went into a pole. TJ Hickey, say his name. TJ Hickey. David Dungay, say his name.
Barracks will never give up. They'll never give up the fight. And as we speak, all of our ancestors that will let this fight, there's new leaders in the game, you know what I mean? Like, if you have a look at Lydia Thorpe in Melbourne today, you know, loud and proud people. Ruby Wharton, Layla Bales from Brisbane. These are our new ones, the ones that spoke here today. Ian Brown, Linda June Coe, Gwenda Stanley, Auntie Shirley, you know, we're leading the way. Marianne Mackay in Perth. You know, all of our people, you know, all of the things that happened in Dondale, all the justice, you know what I mean? Where's the prevention on the front line? There's no prevention. You know, it's all about engagement, it's all about the funding bodies what they put in. We're on the front line with these people every day. Like I said, always was, always will be, and I'll repeat it again. Pay respects to the Bundjalung people who walk these lands. Loud and proud again, people. The Kambandri people. Auntie Lizzie's people. From the north. The Dungulli people. Loud and proud, please. We fight for the rights of our people and we so humble that you've all turned out today. We pay our respects to the Biripi people. We pay our respects to the Wabikal people. Everyone, come on, is that the sound of one hand clapping louder? The Wanneroo people. The Darkinjung people. All of our mobs. The 29 clans of the Gadigal and the Bidjigal. The land that we're on here today. We pay our respects to Darug people, surrounding areas. Tharwell, Gunungara, all the way down to the Shellhaven, the Wadi Wadi and the Wundian people. The Jerringer people, the Black Duck people, the Yuin people. To the west, and our brother down there in Canberra, Uncle Albert Hardnell, the Ngunnawal people, the Ngambria people, the Wiadjuri people, the Waywin people, the Kamilaroi and the Gamaroi people, loud and proud people, all the way to the Yorta Yorta. Pay our respects to elders past and present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dave. Always was, always was.
Got you that car, and we could take that car right away. That's why we stood in front of that car to make sure that you would not leave. You will hear us. You will see us. Because we are tired of being separated. We should be fucking celebrated. And I looked at Senator James Sanders Jr., y'all. And I said to myself, yo, I thought of back in the day with the state senator Malcolm X and another lady named Shirley, not Chisholm, it's Hudley, and another named Reuben Wills. All of these people are people of color, black people that have gotten away with railroading our youth, railroading our legislative staffers, convicted on wire fraud, conspiracy. My mind is just like on so much right now because there's so many things that they have done. They have bribed money from real estate. They have took money from NYPD to fund their campaigns. What? So I say that we have no respect for this man. We have no respect for James Sanders. Not no junior, not no senator. James Sanders, James Bozo. Bozo. And let's all have a moment of silence and give this bozo the red nose. No respect for his black skin. We have no respect for him. And I looked at him and I said to myself that this man is literally a part of a system that has been meant to design to do what it's supposed to do. But also, this system, James Sanders is no different than the sellout Negroes that have sold our black, indigenous people of color, that are youth, into slavery, that have watched our kids become homeless, become sex workers because they have been sexually assaulted. Our kids are dying in a state of an emergency and they have to fucking organize marches. You think people choose to be activists? People don't choose to be activists. We became activists because we became activated at that. Activism chose us. We never chose activism. And I said, as I looked at these articles, and I had a flashback to when me and Sanders spoke face to face. And he stated to me that he's a black man. And he asked me as a youth, how do black children and black men, young boys and black young girls, but really how do black youth issues go into race? Some people would have probably walked out the door when you hear a question like that. But I decided to listen to that question, and I used it as an opportunity to make sure that Keisha and Ray Ray are able to have a seat at the table. Are we talking about them, but without them? Oftentimes, y'all, I look at the movements that we are leading. My biggest thing that I speak upon is Kimberly Crenshaw on intersectionality. And that's something that I'm very big on, is what movement are we all leading? Because if your movement does not include people who have to work 2 or 3 jobs to put food on the table, if your movement does not include bringing children and taking them out of covenant homes, group homes, shelters, abusive foster homes, and putting them in the safest, not safest community, but also with family. I've been in 23 foster homes, including a group home. I've been literally outside sleeping in parks, buses, shelters. I was evicted from my first shelter. I'm in a second shelter. We have a very lack of COVID relief in our shelter. And nobody cares to help us that are in positions of power. So y'all all know what to do from here. We all gotta support each other, and I mean that. We protect us. We got us. We keep us safe. And as I look around and I see each and every one of you, I want to let y'all know y'all all really play a big part of my heart, because you guys don't have to be here in the cold. And I love y'all, but y'all did it because that's what your heart told y'all to do. And I just want to tell each and every one of us that no weapon formed against us all shall prosper. No weapon formed against us all shall prosper. I'm going to say it one more time. No weapon formed against us all shall prosper. I just want to send a message out to Senator James Sanders Jr. Bozo James Sanders Jr. James Sanders, the sellout Negro who has sold our black, indigenous people of color as youth into slavery and helped white men and white women capture our babies while our babies were lynched, while our babies have been fucking raped by other fucking people who have been sexually assaulted, while our babies don't have the fucking mental health resources in the black community that we are supposed to have. It is not our fault for the lack of mental health resources that has been given in our community. Sanders, it's your fault, because you could have introduced that. And you know what's so really ironic to me, y'all? This man sits on the chair of the Banks Committee. I can't even imagine how much money he has probably been embezzling, stealing, probably been I can't even think of the word, no, but y'all got it. And it's extorting. That's the word I want to hit. Extorting. Because you are extorting money. You are the chair of the Banks Committee. Chair of the Banks Committee that sits all over New York City. And I didn't realize what, somebody like him who's in a position of power, he's sleeping good. His children are not in a shelter. But he's an embarrassment to his own children. He harmed his own black mama, his own black son, his own black daughter, his own black grandma, his own black uncle. James Sanders, we have no respect for you. We have no respect for your black skin. And we have no respect for you in this community on how you railroaded youth. Because not all of our skin folks ain't our kin folks. And you, my dude, you are not a brother to this fucking community. You do not belong to black people at all. So we know what to do. We know what to do. 2022. We know what to do in this community. We run into the polls and looking for somebody else who's not going to be selling out our community like you did. Ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens, I love each and every one of y'all, and I really mean that. Please continue to find your voice and find your purpose before it is too late. We will be leaving here knowing that a check was mailed to me since last Thursday. And isn't it a goddamn shame? Last Thursday was when the official statement didn't come out, but it took me to have to go to the press. It took me to have to make a phone call to the Department of Labor. It took me how to make a phone call to the Department of Human Rights and Human Rights Resources. It took me to get in contact with Senate personnel, Human Resources, and the whole damn system is fucking guilty as hell. And I want y'all to see how wicked this system is, because this man, who's his chief of staff, slammed the door in all of our faces but lied. And when you lie, you cheat, you steal. You choked. You didn't even have an answer. You didn't have an answer to nobody's questions. But we know what to do. We know what to do. We know that we have to vote people like you out. We know that we have to embarrass people like you. We have to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be telling you all that from the bottom of my heart. I've been in this movement since the child of 8 years old, and I never thought to even think about asking community or anything for nothing. But at this time, I am making a GoFundMe, and it's really because I'm tired of waiting for people who are in positions of power to help me. I'm tired of waiting for people promising me that are working for nonprofits that have failed me, disrespected me. My foster brothers and foster sisters are being killed. They are being lynched. And I don't even know if anybody knows, there's 10 people who sit on a general welfare committee that involves ACS, and they are fighting and speaking for foster care children who have been through an injustice and neglected. In fact, Stephen Levin is the chair of that general welfare committee. And to Stephen Levin, you do not care about foster care children, because if you cared, we would not be homeless, or we would not be living in homeless shelters or covenant homes or group homes or having to fucking sleep on the floor in front of shelters, in front of supermarkets, in front of churches, because we have been kicked out of these schools, we have been kicked out of these churches, we have been kicked out of these foster homes, we have been kicked out of these bodegas too. People who are not black, but people who are like, you know what I mean, Asian American, you know, those type of people that are not basically investing in our community. Which is why we need black businesses. We have been kicked out of all of this, all of it, and have nowhere to go. And when we go to the streets, we can't even live there. When you consistently marginalize us, you consistently put us down, but really, where can we go? So I say this to tell y'all that I'm in the process of making a GoFundMe, and I'm going to put it to the public. I ask each and every one of you that is here to please amplify that in the best way that you can. The GoFundMe is going to be balanced on either a 6-month lease or a 1-year lease. And that will what the goal will be. The goal will not just be for supportive housing, transitional housing. The goal is for an actual apartment.
Yes, yes, and we're going to help you get that, baby. Period.
And I learned that hearing people who are in positions of power do not belong to black people at all, because my congressman who just honored me last October with the Nipsey Hussle Award and a citation and a proclamation and the Congressional Achievement Award. And when I told him when he honored me, do you know that I'm living in a state of an emergency? Foster children, foster brothers and foster sisters are being kicked out of their homes, kicked out of ACS at the ages from 18 to 21 and have to live out in these streets. My own congressman told me this is not his expertise. This is not a federal issue. This is not his injustice. This is not a federal government issue, and this is not his expertise. But didn't even think to connect me to the resources. That's all I was looking for. That's all I was asking. You told me I made history in Queens, New York, and especially Southside Jamaica, Queens, and then you award me and I ask you for help, and it's just, oh, this is not my expertise. You know, I don't know what to tell you. This is a federal government issue. You know, but just keep going. You know, just keep going. These people do not belong to black people at all. And I say this because I'm out here right now, and what my goal is to make sure that there will never be no more Larrys in the foster care system, in the political system, who have been railroaded, who have been constituent liaisons working for elected officials. There will be no more Larrys because it ends right now. This shit ends right now. Brothers and sisters, kings and queens, continue to do your thing. Find your voice, find your purpose before it is too late. And I love each and every one of y'all. God bless you. Thank you for being out here. Thank you for standing with me on this injustice, because you guys are the only people I can come to and cry on a shoulder. You all are people that are protecting our brothers and sisters and protecting, making sure we are out of harm's way. Police brutality is not just an injustice on us, like it's not just only one injustice, it's so many different injustices. Youth rights are human rights. Housing rights are human rights. Young people like us should not have to lead and just like organize and live in these unstable conditions. Have to go home to shelters. And if it wasn't for Occupy City Hall, I probably wouldn't have met a couple of y'all. But anybody who knows, when I was at Occupy City Hall, I was out there because of how my shelter treated me, stole from me. I have undocumented immigrants who live in my shelter, who don't even know their whereabouts in their community because they have been locked up in cages. They're stealing toothbrush and toothpaste, and you can't get upset with them because the first thing you gotta question is, oh my God, where did you just come out of? Where were you before this? Oh, I was in a cage. I was ripped away from my families due to the Trump administration. I've never in my life seen how much children, foster care youth, homeless youth, runaway homeless youth that are a part of the LGBTQIA community, trans women that are homeless, that are in the streets of sex work, brothers and sisters are into so many different things, hustling on the streets to grind and make money, and they don't even choose that. If anything, they have no other choice. Some of them can't even use the bathroom. And I say, brothers and sisters, to just remember your why. I look at each and every one of y'all and I love y'all, but it dead be hurting me to see a lot of us, have anger to each other. And I know we're not perfect. I know we're not perfect because each one of you have PTSD and not one person even wants to fucking recognize it. Black people, America has condemned black people for too long. America has literally railroaded black people for too long. And I just say that I love y'all and thank you. Thank you for letting me be vulnerable. My brother, you can wrap it up, bro.
You can edit it.
Your Uber driver, your neighbour, your post office person. Get them real with the education that decolonisation is coming, is now, is loud and proud. Okay, next I get to get up some of our beautiful allies. There he is, the the Sydney leader of MUA branch, MUA, here to stay, Mr. Paul Keating. And no, not the dog Prime Minister.
NUA! And we'll be alongside this struggle until it's won. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we meet here today and pay my respects to their elders, both past and present, and to all First Nations peoples here today, and to everyone that have come out to build off this leadership of the First Nations peoples for real justice. Today represents a day of invasion by colonialism, British imperialism. It represents genocide, state-sanctioned, 200 years of it, and continuing. First Nations peoples in Australia are the most incarcerated people on the planet. And that is a shame, and that is the construct of a system. A sister earlier said, the system's working the way it should. Well, she's right. This system is working the way it should.
Shame.
These parliaments aren't workers' parliaments, not people's parliaments. They're the parliament for the rich, the powerful. It's the system for capitalism, not the system for the people. A militant march is being led by our First Nations peoples. And as a trade union leader, as a worker, the NUA will be here all the way through until that justice is served. Our history is intertwined. This great working class struggle. As I say to our members, we will never see justice for the working class until justice is served for our First Nations peoples. And you see, the coppers, they're not listening. The prison officers, they're not listening. The politicians, they're not listening. The judges, no, they're not listening. But the people are listening. The people are listening about the truth. The people are listening about what is continuing in our country today with the discrimination that's so structural. And the only way that it can be met is with a militant agenda, a solidarity of all of us, the working class, of every community. I see our brothers and sisters of Palestine. Your struggle is our struggle. The MUA stands alongside those struggles of the working class across the world. This is a true fight for the real justice that this country deserves and the First Nations must have. And it's about breaking down those governments, smashing these courts, and building our own workers' system, a real people's government. Our history as maritime union workers and the MUA was first formed here down in Sydney Harbour, 1872, where workers were being exploited. It was slave-like conditions that we see on the docks in other parts of the world still. And it was forged out of that granite, an understanding of class struggle, the understanding that in order for our change to happen, we must build a broad understanding of the struggles all around us. And from the beginning of our union, the First Nation struggles were at the very heart of who we are and what we believe. I congratulate the great leaders. You're a great inspiration. But I stand here and I see the families of those that have been murdered by a system that will continue to murder you. The coppers are an instrument of the state. They have no love for the working class or for the people or for this great movement. And we will steam over them. They will be parted like the instrument of capitalism it is. And we will fight until that real justice, however it takes that shape in the movement. The MUA will be here. We will be militant. We will be alongside it, and we'll be there to the end when that justice is served. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. One more time for the beautiful allies. MUA!
ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਲੋੜ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਉ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਆ ਔਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਭੁੱਲ ਚੁੱਕ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਖਿਮਾ ਦਾ ਜਾਚਕਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣ ਬੁੱਝ ਕੇ ਜੋ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਰਹੂੰਗਾ ਮਰਦੇ ਦਮ ਤੱਕ ਨਾ ਥੋੜੀ ਡਿਕਟੇਟਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਸਹੀ ਨਾ ਸਹਿਣੀ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਦੇ ਸਹਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਸੀ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਹਾਂ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਰਹਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਸਬੂਤ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਊਚਰ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਦੇਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਘਰ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਵੰਡ ਵੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਾ ਦਿਓ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਜ਼ਮੀਰ ਤੋਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਲਿਓ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਤੇ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਗੁਲਾਮੀ ਇਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਝੂਠ ਨੂੰ ਸਵੀਕਾਰ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਮਸਲੇ ਲਈ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਫਾਇਦੇ ਲਈ ਔਰ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਹਾਂ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਸੋਚ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ
spoke me at one point and unfortunately my mentor in the government system also took her life because of that. But one thing I was reminded is that I'm a warrior. And they were all mad that I made it so far up the government system and so high up without a degree because you know what? Anything that I was ever taught valuable was from my mom. They don't dictate to us. They guide us, they give us love. They're always there to support, and one thing we always got is empathy and community. And that's why we're saying stand with us today, because there is two sides and it's not a race debate. This is about living the law of the land. Because if we don't respect the land won't respect us. So I just want to say and reflect on Annie Liz as well. Remember, love, community, empathy, touch the ground. And if you ever need to know where to go, we got your back. That's it. Go away. So I just want to say, was and always will be. Was and always will be. Was and always will be. Give my mom much love. Take care.
Thank you, Janaya. Okay, now next to the mic, I get to give to you my nephew. A young boy who 5 years ago got the message at his front door that his uncle was murdered by the fucking police inside Long Bay Hospital. So now you get to hear the pain. Unfortunately, my poor nephew, yeah, it's pain. But we need to hear pain. We need to understand the reality of what Australia's system does to our people. So here I'll give you my beautiful nephew, Paul Silver.
G'day, how you going? My name's Paul Silver. I'm the nephew of David Dungay Jr. Many of you have seen the tragic video that has happened to him out in the media, and for the past 5 years our family has been demanding justice. And at the end of it, we've literally got fuck all. 5 years on, we stand here today on Invasion Day, when our ancestors were murdered, slaughtered, and our kids stolen. The injustice and the racial discrimination still happens today. It's been happening since the First Fleet arrived against the First Nations people. We don't get treated equally on our own land. The governments don't give a fuck about us, nor does the police. This land had over 250 languages. We had our own laws and our own barriers. It was all ripped away from us when those 11 boats coming in and stole it from us.
Rest in peace, David!
Our family will continue to demand not just a change of the date, because that won't do fucking shit. We want the date abolished. We don't want no date to be celebrated where mass murders and kids were stolen, to be celebrated here on our land. The Australian government plays a big part. They're out there today celebrating this day, like if it's a birthday or Christmas. When our ancestors were killed. How does that make sense?
No.
So yeah, we've been fighting for the justice for David Dungay for the past 5 years. Me personally and our family won't give up until those are held accountable, until those in positions that are going to listen will take their earplugs out and actually listen to us as people. We're not just fighting for the justice for David Dungay Jr., we're fighting for all Aboriginal deaths in custody to demand action out of We're demanding justice out of the New South Wales Parliamentary Inquiry that will hand down their findings and conclusions in March. They must implement WorkSafe New South Wales to investigate future Aboriginal deaths in custody. Because at this point in time, WorkSafe New South Wales do not investigate an Aboriginal death in custody that occurs at the hands of correctional officers, not police. These places are a place of work. Safe Work New South Wales will investigate someone's finger being cut off in the workplace, but won't investigate a death where my uncle screamed more than 12 times that he could not breathe. So I thank you for all coming out here today, standing in solidarity. And I just want to say, can we take a minute's silence for not just all the activists that are up here today, but for the past activists over the years that have fought to abolish this date as well. They've fought a strong fight, all of our elders that have passed on, demanding that this date be abolished. So let's raise our fist in solidarity with our ancestors and in solidarity with those activists that have fought over the years to abolish this date and where we stand right today.
And the resilience of the people who are fighting for justice. And also locally here, it's just incredible to see all of you here today, and I know you've been rallying at numerous things for months now, and people really putting themselves on the line, like Bulla, who did the hunger strike, and I think with a couple of other people as well, and that's just incredible. You know, this is the kind of stuff that we have to do when faced with the corruption and unjust nature of what's happening right now all over the world, which is corporations, governments acting on behalf of corporations, not people. And so Adani, as you know, is one of these psychopaths who are just taking more power all over the world. And he's also responsible here in Australia for trying to dig up more coal, and which is going to destroy our planet even further. So it's the same bad guys, to put it bluntly, all over the world. And it's the same story with governments just acting on behalf of these corporations. So I absolutely stand with you and stand with justice and with the people all over the world. As was said, 50% of Indians are farmers. Well, we are the 99% as well, compared with the 1% who are constantly trying to destroy this place and gather more profits for themselves. So I just want to say, keep doing this, keep mobilizing. This is a powerful thing. All these people inside can hear us, know we're here, and this message that every time they film us, it's been getting sent back to India, I guess, and they're finding out that a lot of people are upset all over the world with this situation. And so we do need to keep mobilizing and mobilizing together, because as much as repealing these 3 laws in India is a very obvious first step that needs to happen, what we are seeing around the world is a crisis in our democracies. India is the biggest democracy, Australia has a democracy as well, but it's the same stuff. Corporations are the ones who decide what happens. We have a broken democratic system that isn't actually working for us, and there are alternatives. And so, as part of Extinction Rebellion, we have 3 demands, and our 3rd demand is that we need regular peoples coming together in citizens' assemblies to decide what happens for these important issues, for our planet, for our countries. So that is the 3rd demand of Extinction Rebellion, is citizens' assemblies. We need to have the power in the hands of regular people, because the governments are literally the same thing as the corporations now. And so... I would just have a chance. So also on March 22nd, Extinction Rebellion around Australia is going to be mobilising to the streets to take on the corruption of our governments in relation to the climate crisis, which is another manifestation of the corruption of all of the global corporate system, you know. It manifests as unjust laws against farmers that will kill farmers, and at the same time it's killing the planet that we all depend on. So I invite you all to be there on March 22nd and come together with a beautiful community. And I think a song, we'll just have a quick song that we invite you to participate in.
Okay, this one's pretty easy. You just repeat after me. You ready? Yeah. Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear us?
Hear us.
Get stronger by the hour.
Get stronger by the hour.
Power.
Power.
People.
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 Power.
Power.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Get stronger by the hour.
Stronger by the hour.
People.
People.
Power.
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 People.
People.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear us?
Honey, can you hear us?
Get stronger by the hour.
Stronger by the hour.
Power.
Power.
People.
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 Power.
Power.
No vomit. No food. No vomit.
No food.
No vomit.
No food.
We support. We support.
Farmers.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Andy, and thank you for the speakers. You were absolutely very powerful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any Indigenous disability mob out there that would like to get up? This is your opportunity. This is your day. This is your platform. This is the only time of the year that we can tell the government to get fucked. Barker, are you out there, my sister? We've been waiting on you. You got to get your groove on up here. Where is she? We also want to talk about charging gungies. We call gungies are coppers. Can you all say gungies? Gungies. Now say fuck the gungies.
what I reckon. And it's the only time that every year we look forward to come and march in these streets, seeing our fan rights and fuck the police. Because police are still killing our people in this country. Cops are still getting away with murder. Cops are not being charged. They are not being convicted. We still do not have our own system where we can take care of our own. Because for 230, how many years I fucking forgot because it seems that long. But anyway, we're all here. And it shows that the government couldn't even look after their own people, let alone ours. How are they going to look after you and your future? When we got no environment, we got no water in our rivers. Take a look outside the Sydney metropolitan area and you will see land dying. You will see people dying. Because without the land, the people die. Without the people, the land dies. We have coexisted since the time immemorial. And we are still here. And we have taken to the streets. We have taken to the parks of every city across this country. And we are demanding justice. That means we want coppers charged. We want them convicted. We want justice. We want our political prisoners free. We want answers for all the unsolved deaths in this country. The cop cases, Mark Ames. Let's start looking into the issues. Why are we marching this street? What do you think? We all just like doing this? Start giving our land back. Start letting us be in control of our own affairs, and then we might have some better solutions. But until then, we are not stopping. We will not remain silent, and we will be here. Like I said, we are coming. There is a First Nations political body that will be up and coming. And it's not made up of the Johnny-come-latents and the ring-ins. These are black people that grew up in the movement, are suffering and speaking, being the voice for our people that are still suffering back on our homes and our missions and reserves. They reckon there was no concentration camps here, because they call them missionaries. My mother grew up on a mission. Mission managers. Not 200 years ago, only 60 years ago. I was born in the Big Smoke. Here, we call it Big Smoke. Because the Big Smoke came here, as soon as that smoke went from here, went all the way up Gomeroi country. Then my people come down, and we, our people, help. The Wiradjuri people help. The southern people come up, and we fought with Pemulwuy. We kept the regiments on the other side of the river for 12 years at the Hawkesbury, until they got through to Singleton. The Australian Agriculture Company, under their pastoral law, pushed by Edmund Barton, who was a member of the Victorian Native Association. Today they are known as Australian Unity. They are the people that push for assimilation policy, people, but yet government gives them so much of the funds from Indigenous people. Australian Unity, aka the Victorian Native Association, also pushed in 1994 for Australia Day to be the first public holiday. So they keep swapping and changing to suit their own needs, just like the politicians. They're all full of shit and full of dust and need to fuck off. We want 24-hour watch committees. Let's take it back to the Royal recommendations that you never implemented. It's time to scrap it. It's time to review the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council as well. You are selling us out. People say we go attacking our own mob. Well, it's our own fucking mob that are doing it too. And they need to be held accountable. It's my nieces and nephews that are in the system. Generation welfare. These are my people that we are trying to fight and make better lives for. As I said, everyone else has benefited on this country except us. Moree, largest agriculture, the richest agriculture in the world. Yet my people are living in poverty. We got places like the Aboriginal Employment Strategy, run by Dick Eston, a cocky, a farm owner, a cotton owner. This kind of shit needs to stop. COAG and all your white appointees, same as your recognised council. We don't want to be recognised. It's time to pay the fucking rent. It's time to pay for the war crimes. It's time to pay for reparations. Until then, we will not be silent. So I say, let's do this today, but every day. Because Black Lives Matter, your lives matter. We're not only fighting for our mob, we're fighting for yours as well, because the system doesn't discriminate. But when it's killing our people continuously, we're going to get up because it affects us all. And we ask you to do the same thing when it's happening to your people, because we will come and stand with you. Because this is a system, oppression of police, colonial police. They was known as the Red Corps before they turned blue. They've been only around since 1864, after they demolished the native police. 1838, 1864, they had the native police. And then they started the New South Wales Police Force. So learn the history, people, then you understand why we fuck around on these streets. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Everyone, no justice! No justice! No justice! Here, Lizzie Jarrett. Crump.
You hear that, Glenn? Personal joke to my husband. Next, there's a beautiful sister that come to ask to speak. Anyone out here right now that's black, understand you are welcome to come and have a platform here. As long as you're not promoting violence against us. Against them, well, who cares? Anyway, right now we got little beautiful sister here, Sinead Donovan. Make her welcome, please.
Here you go. How you doing? I just wanted to say my name's Sinead Donovan. I'm Dari Gombengi. Today you're on my country. I wanted to welcome you all here. I'm so glad that all of you are here. It filled my heart with so much joy, and I want to welcome you in the language of my people. I want to say, Pujuri Malinawa, Warmi Walablami Galumba, the Ayala Shanea. Inga Ingra Galabuliem, Nine Ruma, Wangura, Tipping and Gumandura, Yanagora Yanala Kunuru, Titigora Yanajanwi Mulingami. What that means is, hello to my friends and family, I love you all so much. Thank you for walking with me today and strengthening my spirit and strengthening all your spirits, because we're out here fighting for justice for our people. Because all these rubber mobs don't know what they're doing with our people. My people have been here for more than 120,000 years, and they never ceded this country, and we still don't have rights on our own country. I know a lot of people are going to go home tonight and be watching the news and be calling this terrorism. Terrorism, they reckon. I don't know about you, but I reckon the terrorists arrived in January 1788. We are the amalgamation of our ancestors. We are the essence of our people walking on our country. We are still here. I want to tell you a story. I was at Kmart the other day, right? And I'm standing in line wearing my Invasion Day shirt, which I'm not wearing today, but you know what they said? They were like, oh, another one. Why can't they get over it? Get over it? Get over it, they reckon. 233 years of disgusting hatred and violence and genocide and rape, and they want me to get over it? Shame! I don't know about you, but I'm so angry about it! My favourite thing to say to them is Anzac Day was 100 years ago. And they get so mad, don't they? Oh, you can't say that. Do you know how stereotypical and hurtful those things you're saying to us is? Welcome to my world! I'm 17 and I've dealt with this shit all my life! You think I want to be out here protesting for rights on my own country? No, I don't, but I have to. I owe it to my ancestors. We all owe it to our ancestors. I don't know. I graduated 8 months, so second I get out of there, I'm into something that's going to help our people for real, you know? Going into politics, going into social welfare, going into studying human behaviour, so I can tell them what's really up with us, because they don't know a thing about us. They don't know anything about us. They just came here with their imperial mindset, colonial mindset,
fire, sister. Okay, yep, next we have a beautiful sister in the crowd that we'll give much respect to. A young, beautiful woman. Young. And she's going to come and put some fire in us that's going to hurt our hearts again. Make our hearts think, make our heads think, I mean. And let's give a real reflection to what this young lady has to say. Miss Kaya Patton, please make your way to the microphone.
He stood in solidarity with the rest of us First Nations people for us to fight for us to be classified as people. Because my great-grandfather was a foreign father. He was not a person in his own country. In his own country. How many years ago? We're still fighting. We're here today and we're still continuing the fight. You all want to celebrate Australian Day. It wasn't even Australian when my great-grandfather took these streets and fought for us. What is Australia Day? What the fuck is Australia? What is Australia? Australia is built on fucking lies, on blood. Our ancestors' bodies on this land like you sit on today. When you want these lands, do you acknowledge the people that stood and fought for us? Took the front line for us to give us a voice. We need to rise up and continue to fight. And for all you black fellas that are sitting in the back, it's time to stand in the fucking front because we've been in the back for too long. You know, my Uncle Eddie Murray, he was the first death in custody that the Royal Commission investigated because my grandparents, Arthur and Leila Murray, fought for that. So I'm proud of my bloodline. I'm proud of where I come from because I come from a bloodline of fighters. So I stand here today with my fist held high, with my colours proud on my fucking back, with my children watching me fight for us. Listen to us. My kids shouldn't have to stand up here and do this when they're older. It's time to make change. Open your fucking eyes and open your fucking ears. Back to my Uncle Eddie. He was on the first deaths in custody that were investigated, sorry. There's a book, Eddie's Country, and it's about my family and what they went through. When my uncle, he got locked up, 45 minutes, he was announced dead. They ruled his death as suicide. But it wasn't until years later until my grandparents dug his remains up and they took the investigation further in and he had a broken sternum. He was murdered in himself for being black. For being a free man, trying to be a free man. Because he was intoxicated on the street. Shame. Shame. Still to this day, my family has not got justice. Still to this day, we still fight. fucking justice. We don't get no peace until we get our justice. Say his name, Eddie Murray. Say his name. Say his name. And Eddie Murray has arrested boy group parents after Eddie Murray have not rested because they have not got their justice. They have not got their truth. No justice, no truth, peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Solidarity, everyone.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Thank you for standing in solidarity with us today.
Never apologise, young woman, never apologise. Give it up for that young lady one more time, you mob. Come on, you see how hard it was for her? Let her feel some love right now. Alright, yep. Sorry I forgot your name. I'm hoping it was Tara Bankstown. Wow, thank you, ancestors. Please welcome Tara Bankstown.
To see all you all here. First, I'm going to start about my story. My grandmother was stolen from her land. My ancestors were stolen. My first job was with her reuniting our people. The scars left in this fucking land from those bombs still are open today. My two younger brothers are in jail right now. And the police just play the game and they're locked up indefinitely. Look, I'm filled with anger. A lot of us are. But that's not going to be the answer. The hardest thing and the most powerful thing anybody can do, everybody here has to do, is love. Because love wins. We all have to love. We all fucking come from Mother Earth. We all come to the same thing. We sit by and let them rape and pillage our land. They rape and pillage our mothers, our grandmothers. And we sit by and let them because we don't have power. But we do. We have the power to love. We're going to love those ones there in the dirty blue and hope that they can love us back because together is the only way through there. So when you sit there angry, replace that with a bit of fucking love!
Woo! I like your style. Hear what he told you? Go and learn to love yourselves the way we do. Go and put some real love in that heart of yours, every single one. Feel the heartbeat of a black heart. Let your soul align with the land. And then maybe you'll start to feel what we feel. Okay, where are we? Next, we have beautiful Uncle Dave. Oh, which way? Vin or first? Vin, I don't know. Okay, another beautiful solidarity, ally brother. From solidarity, I think, no. From social, I don't know. Anyway, Vin.
When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives, black lives. When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives, black lives. When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives, black lives. I would like to begin by also acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that we stand in. And I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and pay tribute to the generations of brave Indigenous fighters who have paved the way for the struggle that we are all part of today. Names like Daisy Bindi, names like Uncle Chicka Dixon, names like Uncle Gary Foley. I myself am not Indigenous, but I count myself proud to be here amongst thousands of others who are also not Indigenous, but who see it as their responsibility that so long as Indigenous people are oppressed in this country, so long as they're told by a government and a police force what they can do on their own country, and so long as they say, fuck you back to those powers
the New South Wales government and the New South Wales police have done everything they can to try and stop all of us from turning out here today is because they're scared. Over a number of years, they've seen this movement building in strength and they're scared of what it can achieve. They know that when we take over the streets, when we shut their system down, they have to give us breadcrumbs so that they can keep things running again. Well, I'm so proud and so inspired to see so many people here today committed to the fight, to shutting this thing down until we get genuine justice in this country. And I think for all of us who are not Indigenous, we have to recognise that we have an interest in this fight as well, because what they do to Indigenous people, they want to do to the rest of us as well. And we only need to look at the cashless welfare card from the Northern Territory. This is something that they rolled out as part of the racist Northern Territory intervention. Under the Howard government, and the Labor government continued it, and now what is happening? They're rolling it out to suburbs in Western Sydney, not just to Indigenous people, but to other poor people as well. So what they do to Indigenous people, they will one day try to do to us as well. And that is why we have every interest and responsibility in standing alongside Indigenous people in this fight. And good on everyone for coming out here today. And I think one thing that we need to do is, even though we're in a moment right now in history where there is incredible tragedy going on around us, both to Indigenous people, and then you look at all the people who are dying across the world in the United States as a result of COVID, all these things, and what they want to try and do is they want to try and crush our hope. But I think it's our responsibility to yell loudly back at them that we will never give up our hope. So I want to share with you, a couple of years ago I had the absolute privilege of meeting with a Black Lives Matter activist from the United States, and he shared a chant from the United States that I think we should take up as our declaration that we will never give up this struggle. So raise your fist and repeat after me. I believe. I believe that we will win. 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 Always was, always will be. Always was, always will be. Always was, always will be. Power to the people.
Thank you, Brother Vin. Sorry for getting your introduction wrong, but yeah, I've got a long list today to go through. Next, I get to introduce Uncle Dave Bell. Everyone in this little nation of New South Wales definitely has to know this man. If you don't, you've got a problem. And if you do know him, support him some more, hey, because he does a lot. He goes out of his way every day to feed community. He goes and gets the food, delivers it. He makes sure children are looked after. He runs boxing camps. He goes out of his way as a grown man to make sure our people are safe, fed, nurtured. So please give him a lot of respect. Uncle Dave and Raoul Bassi, one of my deadly other allies. Thank you.
And then we'll get David Shoebridge to finalise the last talk. Because David Shoebridge is a pioneer for our people, and his word is our bond. I just want to give you a little bit of a history of the block, right? The block. Gentrification, the block. When Luke Freudenstein went to Redfern, very smart man. Not for the people, for development. And it breaks our heart that all of our grandmothers, the 8 grandmothers that stood in the Redfern 10 Embassy to fight for the rights of the block. And what happened, instead of working with the people on the ground, that we could have had workshops, we could have had cultural events to bring all that culture to the community in Redfern. No, you know what they done? They set us up. They set us up. Once we lost Redfern, we lost the heart of the city. You got to feel our pain. I'm a Redfern boy. Me and Shane Phillips we were paper boys when they were 7 cents. The sun and the mirror. I've been working hard on the ground, in the front line. This is where the prevention never gets to. That's why we need case management. I've been running a program for 28 years. No funding. In the front line. I'm a warrior. And I always will. I don't care. I'm here to stay. And we want all our leaders to come with us. And everybody today, I'm sorry that we've taken over time, but I applaud you. I really applaud you, and I love you, and I and a lot of them are past, that stood for the fight. Auntie Kay Hookie, stay her name, Auntie Kay Hookie! Legend for our people, Auntie Kay Hookie! We just lost a sister, our elder, and Raoul will speak about that very shortly. Auntie Bo Hickey! Auntie Bo Hickey, we fought for Redfern to stay alive as a cultural significance. What happened? They set us up. They set us up to go to and put us all down to Waterloo. And what happens in Waterloo now? Development. Open your eyes, people. Open your eyes. Once we lost Redfern, now it's gentrification. You know, Luke done a smart game. He aligned himself with all the Aboriginal community organisations. You know, and what happened with all that? The people never even had a say in the community. Auntie Jenny Munro, Auntie Uncle Lyle. They fought all the way through. My aunties, Auntie Joan Bell, Auntie Dingy, and Debbie Bell. All of our people that stood on the Redfern 10 Embassy. Shame, people, shame! Louder, louder! Redfern was the heart of our people. No more, people, no more. It's about multicultural now and moving forward. But we want to thank you, and I'll just pass this on the railroad. Thank you for everybody that come out. I adore you and I respect you. Thank you very much.
First of all, I want to thank the mobs present here. They make us no more too little, too weak. You are here more than anyone of me. And I really, in the circumstances of this rally, your presence is proving that you want to fight. And my call to the people and me is we have to fight too. We have to fight together because we have to defeat the same enemy. We have to fight together. But in reality, what I want to talk about, that's what I came today, is about some couple things from Redfern, couple things from Block. The first thing he mentioned, the passing Auntie Bowie, is a big loss for the soul of Redfern, even Guatemala. She was incredible, and particularly she was really strong in the campaigns against the campaigns for the justice for TJ Hickey. He was incredible, marching kilometers to support TJ and the family. And that is the second point I want to mention to you. Please wake up to everyone. Today I invited to come to speak a person. I knew that's not going to come, but I had to invite it because speaking about what is her passion is very painful for her. I'm talking about Gail Hickey. Gail Hickey. Please say that. Gail Hickey! Gail Hickey! She is a warrior. She is a warrior woman that is no fair. In all my life being activist for more than 60 years probably, I never found a woman with that power, that energy, and that really confidence. So, this year, 14th of February, is the 17th anniversary of the Day. 70 years that Gail has been marching, fighting for him. And we will marching, fighting for TJ, and everyone is invited to come on 14th.
last time like we all had some of the spots and we were standing.
ਪਰ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਜੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਡੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਮਝੌਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕਾਰਪੋਰੇਟਸ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਛੋਟੀਆਂ ਛੋਟੀਆਂ ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਬਣ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਸਕੀਮ ਬਣਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੱਬਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ MS ਰੰਧਾਵਾ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਫਾਊਂਡਰ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਖੇਤੀਬਾੜੀ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਟ੍ਰੋਲਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਨੇ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਕੋਲ ਕਲਚਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਕੋਲ ਸਿਰਫ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਆ। ਮਹਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਰੰਧਾਵਾ ਦੀ ਜੀਵਨੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆਗਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਆਨਸਰ ਕੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਕੋਲ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਆ, ਬਟ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਇਜ਼ ਮਦਰ ਆਫ ਆਲ ਦ ਕਲਚਰ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਲਚਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਗੀ। ਜੇਕਰ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਆ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਲਚਰ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸਭਿਅਤਾਵਾਂ
want to pretend that when people come and stand in solidarity with First Nations people, it's somehow revolutionary. But I can tell you now, I look around this crowd, whether it's over there, or there, or there, or there, I see circles of decency. Good people, a growing movement, a young movement. A young movement. Not the movement that's listening to 2GB, but the movement that's going to come forward and seize control of that place over there that I happen to work in, the New South Wales Parliament. This is the future. And you have come together here today with the work of the activists, COVID safe, peaceful, and you have listened to speaker after speaker of First Nations peoples. And they've come and they've told you about the pain of them and their families and the intergenerational trauma. How many speakers spoke about their mum and their dad and their grandparents being stolen? And they've told you the truth about the history of this place. Not the rah-rah of some Scott Morrison, but the genuine truth about the history of this place. So we've heard pain and we've heard truth. But you know the thing that I take away from this as much as that? I take away the courage of those young Aboriginal speakers. The courage of the elders, the courage of the activists, and we need to stand with them every day, not today, 365 days a week, a year. Stand with them, acknowledge their courage, amplify their voices. And you may not have noticed, but we're not overwhelmed by MPs here as we gather. You know, where's the Premier? Where's the leadership? Deaths in custody, to get Aboriginal people out of jail, to hold people to account. That happened because of a mass movement like this. You have power, collectively you give First Nations power, you give MPs like me power to take it into Parliament and make real change. That's what you do today by coming out. So I'll finish with this. We're on Gadigal land today, and cast your mind back to what this place was 233 years ago. A people who understood this continent, who worked with nature, who didn't clear it and put up concrete monstrosities, but worked with nature because for 60,000 years or more, they had understood the rhythms of this continent. They had understood how to raise their babies safely. How to raise their babies safely and in peace. They didn't have their kids taken. They weren't put in jails. There were no jails 233 years ago. They learned how to manage the land so as we didn't have the catastrophic fires. And we need to listen to those generous First Nations leaders, those knowledge keepers, those traditional owners, and relearn how to live on this land. Relearn how to live in harmony with this continent, side by side, with those First Nations leaders who I'll hand you back to now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David Shoebridge, for being probably, oh God, one of the only politicians that I respect. Put it that way. That says a lot for you, Mr. Shoebridge, and you know it. Anyway, now you mob, just going to give you a little heads up on how we're going to close today. We did have a march organised, but then we made an agreement with the police that if we sat here and they gave us space, we wouldn't march. So we're going to stick to our word, because we don't want any arrests today. We don't want any violence today. We don't have any reason for these coppers to fuck with us today. So we're not going to give them any, okay? Right, thank you. Next I get to introduce again the beautiful young Ian Brown and Tamika Tai to give you some directions on how you're going to move forward from today. Because Invasion Day isn't just one day for us. Invasion Day is a 365-day occurrence. Maybe even 366 in a leap year. Okay? So these people are going to let you know how you're going to move forward, how you're going to take these feelings and all this education and do something productive for us. Give it up for Ian and Tamika, please.
Yet again, I just want to thank everyone for turning out today. I'm so happy we resisted and we won. And again, you know, we're here to sell the seats to go and get popped. I just want to, before we wrap up, I want to acknowledge a few people who have led the resistance for us over the years who haven't been named today. My Uncle Paul Coe, my Uncle Billy Craigie, my Auntie Lynn Thompson, and my Auntie Isabel Coe. We are here because of them. We have nothing without resistance, and we need to acknowledge that. So as my sister Kaya Patton said, the blacks at the back move to the front. It's time. We have nothing without resistance. And my brother Ian will give some instructions on how we move out of here peacefully and without being harmed by white supremacists.
Yeah, I'd just like to relay exactly what Tamika just said there, especially to our mob out here in the sun. I appreciate every single one of you for sticking around and staying here and listening to all of our speakers here. Moving forward as allies, as Aboriginal First Nation people, as the custodians of this land, as sovereign people, and as our true and true allies. What can you do to support the cause? You can get behind the campaign that's happening. You can write to your local governments, areas, representatives. Come in force. Get behind the solidarity movement that's going on here. We've got to stop these black deaths in custody. We've got to stop the assault on our land. We've got to stop the assault on our families. We've got to stop the assault on our black men and women that are being incarcerated at a disproportionate rate. So as allies, I plead to you, write into your local government representatives, hound their local officers, email, write letters, everything that you can do. Come and join the movement. Get involved in organising committees. This is what we're here to do. The change is now. If you every single one of you here have a user with banks, ring up and make sure that your bank are investing your money ethically. If they're invested in the mining corporations that are constantly and continually destroying our land, then tell them to change it. Tell them you don't want it. It's our land. I'd also like to thank the organising committee for Invasion Day 2021. Without all of us involved, this wouldn't be possible. Thanks to all our supporters, thanks to the media that's coming in to cover this issue. Because we're not going to stop. We've been marching for decades, for centuries now. We've been resisting and will continue to resist until our demands are met. As sovereign First Nation people, we are treated as second-class citizens. The time is now. Because as they say, Evil is allowed to triumph when good people stand by and do nothing. So I ask you, are you good people? Are you going to stand by idle and let the corrupt, evil forces that's going on in this country that don't acknowledge us to trial? If not, get behind us, give them up the cause, and thanks for coming.
Woo! All right. Yep. Come on, you mob, stand around. Never been a piece. Stand them up. Because right now we're going to put some fire in the place. Right now we're going to get our black excellence. Two of the best you can ever come to see. Live concert. Yeah. Any of you young little Georgians, come to the front. All you media people, please step back a little bit. Show some respect. Thank you very much. I understand what our photo's taken, but move back. If you're black media, that's what I'm trying to get to. Right? All the mob get to the front. Because today's our day. Today is our land, our way, our say. Always was! Always will be! Alright, wait there, I'm going to get ready there. Getting painted up, my nephew. Okay, who I get to introduce to you next? Are you ready for some fire, you mob, or what? Are you ready for some fire, you mob, or what? Now I know you're listening. Okay, I get to introduce to you the ever deadly, special, talented Dobby and Barker. Give it up! Can we get the other mic, please, to the front? Thank you, Russell. Pass it this way.
Thank you so much. How are y'all doing? I said, how are we all going? Very honored to be here. My name is Ryan Clapham. I'm a proud Filipino and Murray musician. My family are from Brewarrina, northwest New South Wales.
Hi, everyone. My name's Mark Dolphin and it's Chloe Brown. I'm from Kenya. Also, my father's a Bill from Moree. So let's get it.
Yeah. No fuss, Russ.
I'm sick of having to explain myself. They want to having to explain myself. They want to know the history, the pain myself. They're making me wild, need to restrain myself. If I were you, to behave myself, to stand to raise myself. They said Australia and America's not the same. I said, have you done it? They don't even know the name. You never tell them what's happening. You need to challenge the white settle the narrative. Got a lot of folks that call us nomadic savages. Maybe that's a connection to them attacking us. Just when they're thinking of any other solution. Peace, treaty, and revolution. Kill us to quit it. Your silence is timid. Give us your platform so your people can listen. First came the messages, then came the mission. Then stole the children, then filled the prison. No wonder when people do not trust the system. Over 400 now what for this and learn peace. They were in charge of the police. They first said, I can't breathe. They first said, I can't breathe. For justice and learn peace. They were in charge of the police. They first said, I can't breathe. They first said, I can't breathe. He died when you choked him on his back in the pen. The five was some untrained, angry men. So why are you surprised it was actually them? And what would happen if there were no cameras then? If you're white, come in black with your black feather friends. And write down the number on the back of the pen. The value of a life we shouldn't have to defend. Saying sorry means it never happens again. So many cops supposed to be bullied and PEE. The Q mob, that's why Kaepernick took a knee. Donald Trump's calling that a lack of respect. But what's you calling me to the back of your neck? This shit's as bad as it gets. Some of these corpus we didn't have to protect. It's legitimate.
They can shoot under it.
No one's with advice, give the revolution to the wise go. For justice and learn peace. They were in charge. The police. They first said, I can't breathe.
Are you white, baby? Go, Tom. I'm just getting this camera under. I'm trying to get you.
The police. They first said, I can't breathe. What?
I'm trying to help you.
My mother named me Blake.
protected. Scared to send them out because their colour is the weapon when they walk through the streets. People from our feel straight. And stop! We only want the systems to be civilized. Televised his point of view. Leadership's full of lies. Trip off with the fire when he's had a politician. He took off the fight till the right people the pit. Sick of it. Sick of it. I'm sick of it. Picture it. Walking out of the city, slipping me. Feeling that. I'm just showing no respect to our safe on.
We are not doing a dance party.
Okay.
Why not? Guys, can we all spread out, please? We'll all be leaving in a minute. The stay has been really good. Spread out.
Spread out. Spread out.
Get back, you mob. Don't kill the day. Don't let these coppers take anything away from us. Move back. You can all see it. You can all hear it.
A dance
Move back,
party.
please. We've only got one more song, and then we are going to disperse from this crowd peacefully, as we always do. Now, can we have one more song, please? Thank you. This Mark and Mark Twain, and for all my people who lost their lives at the hands of white police.
Spread out.
Say you're gonna shoot a brother in the back. Black mother at a doorstep. Impala brother on the tall fence. Another brother shakes till he got no life left. Take a body bag to the mish. No respect, budget, cause don't give a shit. To young fellas get taken to the rivers and their bodies turned up and they're flooded like shit. Turned to the back till his body turned grease. Blame for the rape, the shit will lead to a leak. Smashed in the pack, he got broken in the bin. He got his hands up, he didn't tell him, get him stupid. What my people wanna die? Patient changes and then colonize. We want land rights, respect for the inside. And we still gotta fight for the same take the lives. I'm sick of it. Sick of being traumatized, thrown down my timeline. We lost another life, it's ridiculous. I wanna hear legislation, but confusing. I'm gonna be losing my patience, but we still fight. On the new side. Put 'em up! Let's go, It's my war cry, how many more of my people gotta fucking lie? Every rubber springs full steady, stuck in my incredible. Look at my tricks playing in my mind, I'm ready trying to live it right. What do you know about it, no, not? Every how we live, but we live in our way. Ready for the day in Miami, we pray. I pray that I smoke the alone, stay safe, and I hope that our babies get to see better days. Wishing if anything's ever gonna change. Locked in the cell and the smell will stand. Locked in my mind, but my brain ain't caged. I'll never assimilate, I'm a proud full fight. Once you down here, get the picture. Don't stand me black, right, rock.
Can we all please get home safely?
Right, now your mom has been so deadly having you out here with us all day. Thank you for coming out, and we thank you every day. Yeah. And also, please be aware of any rubbish is around you, okay? We We don't want to be like litterbugs in our mother's land. So please take any belongings with you. Yeah, all organisers, come to the front with banners, please, for photo session. But otherwise, to the beautiful crowd right now that can hear me, this gathering is officially now over. We are asking that you please safely use any exit that's close to you. Make your way home. Celebrate yourself for what you've done today with us against a system that doesn't want to see us do this. Take some pride in what we've done today. And I tell you now, I'm proud of every single one of you. And you are all my family now. Sorry about that. I just adopted the whole crowd. But yeah, seriously now, you mob, please get yourselves together. Please take care of each other. If you see any elders and children struggling, reach out and help them. That's how we do it. So please, everyone now, please get yourself together and start taking yourself home. Enjoy the pride you have today. And thank you again for all the love shown. And yeah, always was, always will be. Woo! Thank you again, everybody.
Pretty deadly. So, how have you been?
Well, I've been good. I went out to Brewarrina on the river for the, Christmas and New Year. I'm spending a bit of time there and a little bit of rise in the river, but the river's not what you call full. It's down 3 kilometres work and not about 20 minutes. So it's still got problems there. If you don't get any rain within the next couple of months, you'll community will just disappear.
So we're at that stage now that we're really going to take
Well,
action.
we're in the drastic, very serious erosion.
So what can the rest of the mob do? How can we get this?
Well, we want everyone just to get out there and build the awareness out there that our rivers are dying, our communities are disappearing, and we're going to start helping those communities. We want to start putting filtered water, get tanks put on their houses, and just build these communities and keep them alive.
Yeah. So I see you're right, going okay as well too, Uncle.
Well, I've been doing a lot of art, it's been good. I've been a lot of my stories about the rivers and my mum's country. Good experience to get out there and talk to mum again and get some more of those stories.
How do we get hold of you, right, Uncle?
Well, I've got a little gallery over Broadway. A place called Berry Hotel. It's there in the foyer. If you want to go there and see some of the stuff, it's there.
Great, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Have a good day.
Thanks. Thanks, Uncle Lou.
Take
So the front of the march will be the last to be organised, so just be mindful. So maintain social distancing and still implement the plan. Thank you.
So Exhibition Street's like 1 block away from us, Gwyn, yeah. So we're definitely spread out backwards.
What a great turnout. Welcome everybody.
Jordan's going to get from where he is. Jordan, come up here.
I'm going to be taking you through the speeches today and making sure that you're all being COVID safe. Making sure that everybody's COVID safe. Just remember that we're one of the most vulnerable communities when it comes to COVID, and keep each other safe. Keep with your marshals, look after each other, and just, you know, as hard as today is, just let's rally and get our voices heard in a really calm manner. Firstly, I'm going to call on Uncle Bill Nicholson, who's going to come up and do smoking in a welcome.
Wow, what an amazing turnout again. Thank you for your support. Raminjika, Gamala Mangil, Mirana Maranbik, Bill Nicholson. The language of this sacred land. The Wurundjeri language is called Woiwurrung. I'll translate it into what I call the imposed language of this land. Welcome and greetings. My name is Uncle Bill Nicholson. I stand here proud as a long line of descendant of a long line of warriors, of men and women who cared for this land, knew the law of the land and knew their responsibility. That is something as an educator today that I'm still trying to get across to people that live on our country, that we all have responsibility to it. I would also like to just say to everyone again and just reiterate what the organisers were trying to tell everyone before. It's very important that we respect the COVID rules and I suppose the laws that have been put down to keep us all healthy and safe. Remember, one strong aspect of Aboriginal culture is respect, and respect earned. So if you want to feel right in participating in such an important day as today, respect what the organisers are telling us to keep us all healthy and safe. I would like to acknowledge my elders past. I would not be here without them or my family. In 1863, only 18 Wurundjeri people walked this sacred land with our neighbours, the Tanarong. I only had 22. If it wasn't for these very special men and women, we wouldn't be here today. The British tried everything to eradicate us after their invasion. It almost worked, but it didn't. We are still here and we'll continue to be on this sacred land and teaching people their responsibilities to it. I looked up the English dictionary the other day, the word invasion, an unwelcome intrusion into another's domain. If you didn't know, who wrote the rules for this invasion? A place called the Vatican. The papal bulls they wrote the guidelines for the British to come here and take our land and our people's lives. Something that they must understand themselves and acknowledge. As the churches of this land live on our land for free, took our land and benefit from it. They have to acknowledge that, because that was also The bullshit, sorry for swearing, but the thoughts of evolutionary theory, where they conveniently put Aboriginal people on the bottom of the human race. We would not have survived and lived and thrived on this land for tens of thousands of years if we were not a structured, civilised people under our law. Now, Captain Cook, the old Cook fellow who the Hawaiians ended up grabbing eventually, but this is something he said. I wonder if Scotty Morrison up in Canberra actually knows this one. If you want, in what other light can they then at first look upon us but as invaders of their country? He also went on to say how the English would debauch our morality, debauch our country, for the peaceful tranquility that the people and their ancestors had enjoyed for thousands of years. Cook saw it from the day he got here. This country is still blinded to that. And a lot of the social issues we have today is from that disrespect and, I believe, deliberate ignorance to the history of this land. If it comes from the Prime Minister, you can imagine how it filters down through the rest of society. Another comment. These law fellas behind us, the imposed law, the imposed government up through the back here in Parliament House. One of their own in 1841 said, his name was Justice Willis, the colonists were uninvited intruders, Aboriginals, the native sovereign of the soil. That word sovereign and acknowledgement of our sovereignty was seen only 6 years after a fellow named Batman stood foot here, and not too far long after the initial invasion up in Gadigal country. They knew it back then, and I really believe they know it today. In 1872, the Pacifica Island Act, the Queen actually mentioned that they do not claim dominion or sovereignty over the Indigenous lands. To my knowledge, that has never been challenged. So it's all imposed illegal, both in their laws and ours, is their authority over Aboriginal people and this land. They have had 200 years to care for us. I don't think they do. Look at all the social problems that we still suffer today. You know, we're not born bad. We're not born to break the rules and the laws. We're not born to have all those issues. It must be something else. It's these imposed structures that they refuse to bend or break to give us equal opportunity. They brought an economy here. They took ours, the environment. They did not allow us to be part of it, and that is why we still suffer today. So to the mob out there, keep fighting for self-determination. Just a couple of little bits of brief history of the local area. The Mindai plague, the smallpox, nearly took us all out. That was before Batman got here. Winbury, the Tanawong warrior, Jagga Jagga, the Wurundjeri lawman, continued to fight for their sovereign rights based on their law of the land. People like Derrimut and Billabalari, who actually, through very wise decisions, kept our people alive at the most difficult time in 1835. Billabalari's son, Simon Wonga, our first land rights advocate, who set up Correndurk, and I know a lot of you mob have connections to that very special place. It does have mixed feelings though, but it was a place that kept our families alive. William Barrack, the most famous Wurundjeri elder of the past, his face is on a big building up the end of Swanson Street. Our first
to Rio Tinto in same way Rio Tinto did in WA, as well as a number of different Aboriginal sacred sites. There's too many to count. It goes unlisted. So when we walk today, and when we go home today, and when we tell our white friends what we were doing today, we say we're abolishing Australia. We're cracking the concrete and the foundations that our people were enslaved to build. That is what we do. That is So fuck change the date, fuck the national anthem, fuck the cricket, fuck this bitch right here, our queen, the big mole. But now you got all of my hot-headed energy out. So now we're gonna listen to another hot-headed elder. If you mob were over at the flag raising, you would have heard Uncle Lionel talk. But this is Uncle Lionel Fogarty. He's the father to Mujidi, who just sung before, and he's an old school veteran. He's copped a lot of bashings, seen a lot of things on this front line, and I hope you mob can take some lessons away from his words that he's shared. Give some round of applause for Uncle Lionel.
There's no day to celebrate. There's no day to celebrate. What's the day? Invasion Day. What's the day? Invasion Day. Invasion Day. What's the day? 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 Invasion Day. Abolish Australia Day. There's no day to celebrate. 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 What day is it? There's no day to celebrate. 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 Aboriginal land. 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 Country. Yagara country.
That's the Yagara
country.
On it, which is
Yagara country. Yagara country. Yagara country. Yagara country. Yagara country. There's no day to celebrate. 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 Invasion of our country.
I just got a warning that my phone might stop filming because of my data. But just again, if you're joining us on Yagara country, as we're saying, it's Invasion Day. It's a day when the First Fleet arrived on this continent, and it was the start of a long history of genocide and the destruction of culture, land, and literally attempted genocide and extermination. And so today, to some people, it is a day of celebration of survival, and to others, it is purely a day of mourning. But what it's not is a celebration. It's many different things to many different people. But there's nothing to celebrate about this date. We need to tell the truth about what actually happened on this day, and not support lies which really only serve corporations and racism in terms of what Australia Day is sold as. So we're out here in Inala because that's where Yagara elders have asked us to be today. Inala is actually the traditional name is quite similar, Yanala. And there's quite a large, strong First Nations population out here. There's quite a strong community. And so we camped out in the park last night here in Inala. It's part of an ongoing fight to reclaim that park.
Fuck all! What do we got? Fuck all! What do we want? Land back! When do we want it? Now! How are we gonna get it? Fight for it! How are we gonna get it? Fight for it! How are we gonna get it? Fight for it! Who's stolen land? Who wants this land? Yagara.
So there'll be more campouts in the future as the fight continues to reclaim another park where we're about to have some food and sharing of stories and music and dance.
What we're learning today, what our brother and boys just spoke about today, with some beautiful dancers, they're going to come up and share their culture and their story through their dance. We're here to respect the people of the land, and with the law, the white law that's here today, if you're in a church or at a funeral or something like that, we take your hat off in respect. I would like to put it to the police that are here today to take your hat off and respect the land that you're standing on right now. Can you take your hats off, please? So that's the right law. Aboriginal law always was and always will be. Have a great day. I love you all. Thank you.
Big thanks to Uncle Bill, and I always learn something more when he's around, and you know, it's just beautiful. We do need to heal, and where that starts is with all of us, and how we work together in moving forward. I'm going to be a pain in the arse and say to you, are you implementing the COVID plan? And every time I get up here, I'm going to reiterate it. If we can get shut down in a minute, we can pass COVID on to an auntie or an uncle, and it just goes through our community. I don't want that. I want everybody to be safe, and I want everybody to look after each other. So make sure you do what's required. Make sure you've got your mask. Your hand sanitisers are around as well. There are medics to the right of the stage who'll be wearing green armbands. So if anyone needs a medic, that's where they'll be. The marshals all have the red bands if you need to find a marshal. And please listen to the marshals, they're here to keep you safe. There's also a petition. Let me just get that. So this April is 30 years since the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. But there have been over 441 black deaths in custody since then and no one's held criminally responsible. Racism is killing our people in custody, our elders, mothers, fathers, siblings and children. 15 of their families fighting for justice have come together, and today we call on everyone here to support them by signing their petition. Mrs. Doog, Auntie Sherry Fisher, Tilbaroo, David Dungay Jr., Auntie Tanya Day, Wayne Fella Morrison, Joyce Clark, Shanda Wen and her father Warren Cooper, Chris Dray, Triz Jack Simpson, Garth Jackson Rowe, Raymond Noel Thomas, Stanley Inman, Tane Chatfield and Nathan Reynolds. The families of the Prime Minister to meet them for the 30th year anniversary. They say, this change needs to be led by us. We are coming to Canberra and we want our voices heard. So join our call to be part of history. So today at the rally, you're going to see people holding this sign. Scan the QR code to sign the petition. Get out your phone right now, open your web browser and put in natsals.org.au/BLM. This is one thing you can do today to fight for the voices to be heard and to get systemic change. Black Lives Matter. It isn't over until there is justice for every single family, until there's an end to black deaths in custody. So make sure you see this sign and you sign that petition. Thank you. We're now just going to call Mandy Nicholson up to the stage, another cousin of mine, and the jury dancers are going to perform their welcome dance to welcome you to this country.
Belado Nyan, Wangat, Naranik Mendi, Waranjeri Wilmik, Waranjeri Balakut, Undana Murukalar Birang, Undana Kiripik, Balal Bagugung Nubulik, Bab Binanang Stacey. We got drowned this morning in that beautiful cleansing rain, and Stacey's going to talk about that, about the dawn service that we attended early this morning. It was beautiful. But what I'm up here to do, so we're going to do a Womanjikan Yarka, a welcome dance. So you might not be able to see the girls, but they're going to dance in the front here. But what I want everyone to do right now, I'm going to get you all involved. I'm going to get you to speak in some language, in Woiwurrung language. I want all the women in the audience to put your fist up, and I want your biggest, loudest voice and say, Gumbo. And I want to hear you right in the back, as loud as you can. Gumbo. One more time. I want all you men to put your other fist up and say, Ngolo. Ngolo. The women were louder. Come on, boys. Ngolo. That was what I wanted to hear. Now what I want you all to do is put both your fists up, and the women and men together say, Gambu Ngolo. And I want you to say that 5 times louder every time. Gambu Ngolo. Gambu Ngolo. Gambu Ngolo. Gambu Ngolo. One more time as loud as you can do. What you just said was one voice. We are one voice all together. So we're going to do our Womanjikan Yarka, honour this country that we're on, honour our ancestors, honour strong women. We're a women's group, but we also honour the men as well. This is our Womanjikan Yarka, our welcome dance. Waranjere, Waranjere, Wahanganilo, Tula Padro, Wahanganilo, Tula Padro, Nagate, 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 Wahanganilo, Tula Padro, Wahanganilo, Tula Padro, Nagate, 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 Wimaleo, Pureno, Calendariamo, Monelamo, Woman Jetta, Woman Jetta. Welcome all of you kiddips, your friends, you're our friends, and now I'm safe.
So this morning at 5 a.m. at King's Domain, we held a dawn service. It was the third dawn service that we've held, the first one in 2019. We streamed online for the first time. So we had people tuning in from around the world. We had people from India, from Germany, we had people actually just from countries around the planet and Australia, and it's really profound to think about that. It's like our voices are getting out there. We recited some massacres, some brutal murders. There were 56 of them, and these ones are all referenced thoroughly. But they're only tipping the ice. They're only the tip of the iceberg. There are so many more. I hope that you can check it out on the Big NAIDOC Facebook page. It was a very moving and respectful way to start this day of mourning. Our old people and ancestors have been calling for this day of mourning for over 83 years, so way before so-called Australian Day. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say at the moment about it. If you could check it out, that would be great. Each massacre that was read out is directly linked to every single Aboriginal person that you know that comes from Victoria. So just think about that. Every single Aboriginal person you see here has survived these brutal murders. So they're survivors. So on that note, we sang a chant this morning to send these ancestral spirits off to the Thurrangok, which is Bungall's home above the clouds. So we want to share that with you today. And for audience participation, we just ask that you tap your heart along to the beat, the clap sticks, and we'll sing the chant. Nungojan.
So the words to this chant are, farewell, dear spirit. You watch us from Thurrangok, from heaven, from above the clouds. We'll see you tomorrow when our souls reunite. This is a mourning song. That's why we've got the white ochre on our foreheads. Thank you, Nungojan.
Big thanks to the jury, always welcome us to country. So the next speaker is not new to anybody, it's the Black Senator bringing the Black Truth to the floor.
Well, first I'll pay my respects to the Wurundjeri people and thank them for sharing their country with us. I thank them for their resistance for almost 250 years of oppression, genocide, dispossession, and absolute denial of their existence, denial of their rights, the destruction of their country, the destruction of their water, and they still call for peace and unity. Today is Invasion Day.
That is in her front yard, but at the same time, I think policing homelessness needs to be the last thing on the agenda, and instead, how are we getting people out of homelessness or creating safe places, safe camps to be able to allow homeless people to get services to them to transition them out. And even sometimes that's met with a lot of resistance too, because even if you find a location, there's no guarantee that the neighborhood is going to want people at that location. And that's another thing that needs to be fought too, is destigmatize of homelessness, especially now when any of us right here in front of the mansion could be rendered homeless.
Another factor would be more mental health assistance and help for everybody. More affordable, be free for homeless people as well.
Yeah, and I
know a lot of people have a lot of problems.
Yeah, there's different categories of homelessness. There's folks who are, chronically homeless, like they just can't.
They have PTSD,
Yeah, I mean, some is PTSD. There are a fair amount of people that are actually making income while being homeless, but they're just not making enough income to be able to afford a house over their head.
Right.
And then the longer you are in homelessness, the harder it is to transfer you out there, because you got to think on how that actually impacts somebody's mental health, being forced to stay outside damn near. And then some of the times when you're actually able to open up service situations, you can't just put somebody in a house and be like, hey, you're okay there. No, that healing, that PTSD, all those things and impacts need to be worked through, because that's traumatizing.
Yeah.
Do you think police should have a shoot first policy when it comes to mental health issues?
When it comes to mental health issues, you might want to send out a mental health professional to evaluate the situation first. And then that professional can, discern whether or not that more important law enforcement is needed. But with the amount of calls that people are getting all of the time, it's like thousands of calls every single month. You gotta figure out, how do you send out a police response to something that is really serious and going down, where people's health and safety is at risk, versus somebody is having a mental health breakdown. How serious is it? Is it a spat? Is it an episode? Are they going to hurt somebody? Nobody necessarily knows. It'd be good to send out a professional trained in those kinds of situations to help de-escalate and figure out ways to connect the individual or family to those services. It's unfair to listen to a bunch of testimony of folks who have had to call the cops because there was a mental health episode, and the person they called the cops to get help, the person either ended up dead, or another case is I heard a 13-year-old kid gave testimony in front of the sheriff's house in Contra Costa. He called the sheriff's department to bring services to his grandmother who has dementia. She was going through something. When the sheriffs came, they took him around the corner and beat him and then processed him. He was a 13, 14-year-old kid.
And he was the one that called the police?
Yes.
Oh man. Both of my grandmas had dementia.
Breakdown, and they not only beat him, but apparently when they got to court, he expressed that the sheriff's deputies said that he hit them and broke one of their noses, and then they kept him in juvenile hall for a long time. And all he was trying to do was get help for his grandmother, and got contacted by the criminal justice system. Now, where's the justice in that?
Do you think he might think twice about calling the police for a real emergency now?
Yeah, definitely. I would. If I was put in that situation, in the past when I was a teenager, I thought twice about calling the police because I either thought I wasn't either comfortable enough, or I thought that I would be following a report for nothing to get done, so I figured just going about my own life. Now I'm in.
It's like quite.
At least follow a police report, then we have something to work on. Because of how our legal structure works, it's like getting things reported is a good way.
They still desecrate our land and our water. A treaty means peace. A treaty means equality. And a treaty means justice. Thank you.
And there's no one that can tell the truth more than Lydia, so give her a round of applause again. I've been told once again, some people are wearing masks, so if you can wear a mask, make sure you have it on. Groups of 100, follow the marshal's instructions, because we don't want to stop in the middle of this and have to regroup again because of people not following the COVID plans. So the next person doesn't need a huge introduction. I'm very fangirling right now, but I want to welcome to the stage of you all will warmly Uncle Gary Foley.
Whoa! Greetings! I'm a bit blown away by all you more there. It was 51 years ago today. I'm sure you all remember. 51 years ago today, I went to one of my earliest rallies like this, calling for justice and truth. 51 years. Some of us have been doing this every year, calling for a greater awareness and understanding of Australian history. That's what this day really is all about. This is the day that Australia chose to celebrate. An unfortunate date to choose as the reason we're all here. But a lot has been said in recent times, in the last year or two, especially with the rebirth, if you like, of the Black Lives Matter movement internationally. I'd like to remind you that 50 years ago, there were very similar conditions to what we see today, historically. 50 years ago, there was a major international movement against racism. The primary issue then had to do with apartheid in South Africa. But groups all around the world, such as us, took advantage of the fact that large numbers of non-Aboriginal Australians suddenly appeared in the streets in 1971 demonstrating against apartheid. Some of us challenged the anti-apartheid activists then and said, okay, you're demonstrating against racism, fine. But what about the racism here in your own backyard? What about here where you may have to face up to the reality that you are part of the problem, perhaps? 1971, the anti-apartheid movement took up the challenge that we threw out to them, and they started joining us in our big land rights marches in 1971. It was the size of those rallies that made the government in Canberra nervous and led directly into the legendary Aboriginal Embassy demonstration of that period. Now, one of the major issues in 1971 that we were able to illustrate to the world about the similarities of the situation here were the number of Aboriginal people incarcerated, the numbers of Aboriginal people who were dying in custody 50 years ago. Nothing's changed, folks. Nothing's changed. What has changed, I might say, standing here looking out at all you mob, is that large numbers of ordinary Australians are out here with us and supporting us in the same way as they did in 1971. That led to significant change in Australia. The Aboriginal Embassy changed the course of Australian history, and we are again in an epoch, in a moment of our history where we have the same chance again. The Black Lives Matter movement is not going away here or overseas. In the same way overseas.
It's a weird one today. It is weird.
We're just like walking for the sake of it, sort of thing. Like obviously everyone's here for a very specific purpose.
There's no singing.
There's a very specific energy.
There's no singing.
That brought people here, but by separating them out, it just feels like you lose so much of that.
At least half of the protest is behind us up the hill still, where we just came from. Like at least half of the people were behind us. Yeah. So the whole street we were just standing at from the start, where we walked away from, that whole street is truckers. It's probably like that would have to be the other half of what's here.
Do you think part of it as well could be so that they don't get those massive photos of just like whole cities just packed full of people?
Tom saying groups already at Flinders. Yeah, Robert, it was 40 degrees yesterday. Like it was, when we checked the weather last week, we're like, oh cool, we're going to be marching at 40 degrees, but it cooled down heaps yesterday.
Yeah, it was 42 or something yesterday, which is like 38 is 100F, so...
Yeah, it dropped, it was definitely 100 for you guys or whatever yesterday, easy, but like, it dropped like 10 degrees in about an hour as well.
Yeah.
And then it's just rained ever since. That's the thing, Chubbs, like it's hard to tell, like the drone, unless you get a real good drone shot, like with all the social distancing, like Black Lives Matter kind of looked massive because everyone was kind of spread out. Like it was massive. But if people weren't social distancing, I feel like we'd take up probably like half as much of Burke Street or something, I don't know.
It's so hard to know.
There's a lot of people here, like there is some, it was really hard to know if people were going to turn up as well because of the rain. So
I think so. Like historically, one thing that they've really tried to do is downplay the size of these things in the media because they don't want it to be sort of known how much this group outnumbers the fucking official, fucking boomer core like Aussday little march with their little flag waving and stuff.
Well, did they cancel it? Did they cancel it? I don't know.
What's the point? Like, they're not going to come out today.
They had like 2,000 or 3,000 people at the official Australia Day parade last year or whatever. Like they probably spent more dollars per head than people that actually went there. Like,
but like my point is, like, they love to downplay the size of these. Like when there was 200,000 people, they said there was like 20,000 people. Like they massively downplay it in the media, and it's hard to do that when you've got an aerial shot of like pretty much the entire city swamped with black, red, and yellow. Whereas I think by separating it all out like this, when they say there was like 1,000 people turned up or whatever, and then they show like a shot like this, it's like, oh yeah, that looks about right. Like it's, I don't know, like it feels shitty. I don't see how this is any more COVID safe than BLM, which had zero transmissions at the height of the pandemic.
I still think the fact that there's less people here and we are spread out more, it looks bigger than it is.
Maybe.
But there's just the energy. There's no dancing and like singing and shit this year. Like that guy last year that was just like freestyle rapping the whole way.
Yeah, that dude was fucking awesome. Best energy. But I think also like you miss out, like when there's only one, you miss out on that feeling of solidarity that you get from when there's like a solid mob of like hundreds of thousands of people. And I also just sort of feel like when what are we?
There's no one on the footpath. That's what's weird.
From a protest perspective, like it doesn't have that kind of energy of subversion or of kind of like defiance. It's just like we're just kind of standing around having a yarn.
We're just chatting. That's right. Yeah. But there's no one on the footpath. Like in the previous years, like you didn't really have a lot of space on the footpaths. Like everyone's pretty. Yeah. You see the Polish.
That does sound like the right type of Polish nihilism to like pop up.
Yeah, so that's what's weird. So before we were at the front, and now it looks like we're at the back. But there was like...
I mean, if nothing else, it's showing extremely good organisation by the marshals to be able to do this with like what was a massive crowd at the start.
Well, that's what I was saying before, like marshals are sort of like the unsung heroes typically. You don't really think about them doing much. Yeah, you don't think about them doing much because it's just like, it's usually just herding like cattle, right?
To what looks like thousands and thousands of people. Thank you. Sorry, Arika Walu, Ma Kulin, Ma Dehuk Warong, Ma Japarong, Peak Warong, Ma Kiring Warong, Ma Jitkan Garawangu, Buran Garawangu, Ma Alamin, Merta, Ma Kulin, Ma Merta, Ma Kerna, Ma Pupuk, Ma Kulin Pupuk. Hello, I'm Arika Walu. I'm a sovereign Dehuk Warong, Japarong, Peak Warong, and Kiring Warong language group holder. I am of the Emu Wren Dreaming and the Pelican Dreaming. I represent thousands of generations of sovereign mothering, and I gather here today for the rights of my child and all sovereign children. Woo! I'm not going to speak very long. But I do have a special message. So all my life I've stood on these steps for as long as I could remember, with the privilege of standing to listen to Uncle Gary, who just spoke before me, and stood with my community, and we've been calling out for land rights. That's my earliest memories of standing here with my people. And we ended up with native title somewhere along the line, and this gave us less.
What the fuck?
Is that the roulettes?
Jesus Christ. Fuck them.
And this gave us less than squatters' rights, so don't be fooled by native title. We're also tangled with the government, within government strings, as treaty conversations trick us. As my sister Lydia mentioned before, it's a trickery, and there's sovereignty has not been implemented in the conversation. Neither has truth-telling. And still, our health declines and we bury more of our youth than any other community in the world. I'm here as living proof and a result of the bloody wars. I'm here for the remedy of invasion. I'm here to get my land back. The reason we have had a bloody war is for land. And power. This would allow others to be a part of the growing movement so that we can all thrive together, so that our peoples can thrive on our long-awaited lands and waters they call us home. Just want to I wanted to read out something, but I think there's been enough history lessons today. I wanted to thank the Woiwurrung, Dja-Dja-Wurrung, Tangwurrung, Woonwurrung and Wadawurrung language holders for holding space and keeping the resistance strong. I wanted to thank the juries for cleansing the space for us to move forward, and Bill for giving that that history lesson that we all need. Yes, thank you very much. Land back.
I think Areeka touched on something then about our kids, and Lydia mentioned it as well. Don't you know we've got the highest rates ever today? Over 20,000 Aboriginal children not living home with their parents. But it's not good enough, and we all need to do something about it. It's all our responsibility. And we've got someone else coming up next, but first of all, you all seem a bit mellow at the moment. So, always was? Always will be. Oh, do you want the microphone? So you can start this time. Always was, always will be, Aboriginal land. Always was, always will be, Aboriginal land. Can't hear you. Always was, always will be, Aboriginal land. Always was, always will be, Aboriginal land. Always will be Aboriginal land. Always was, 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 always will be Aboriginal land. That's what we want, noise. So, we've got this fella up here to make some noise for you. Thank you.
I assume this ends at Flinders. Did you see like an itinerary?
I'd say it's going to follow the same kind of pathway that it tends to.
Just being Jimmy Eat World. In the middle. We are in the middle. Once we get down to Flinders though, we'll probably try and move back up a little bit, but usually halfway at the corner of Swanston and Burke, there's like another speaker or two or three. I don't know, like after Lydia we didn't hear any more, but it's pretty hard to hear from down here. So I don't know if there's more going on up there or if they're just trying to get people into groups of 100.
Yeah, or whether they're repeating the speakers just kind of like an installation thing, like you work your way past and you kind of catch the...
That's, yeah, like, it could be. I could absolutely be doing that. It'd be a pretty smart way of doing it, really, actually. Like, if you kept each of the speeches under, like, 5 minutes, you could do, like... That would have been a 15-minute stop.
Yeah.
And you could go down to another 15-minute stop. And the last one's usually, what? Pretty lengthy, though. Oh, my God, if someone's getting fucking married at the church again, dude. Oh. Remember? Last year, chat, someone got married at the church. And the church bells played over the top of the speakers for like half a fucking hour. Like, longer.
Yeah. All the way through the speeches. Which, like, you have to pay extra for that as well.
How different do you think this would be if we were still having 700 cases a day? I don't think this would have happened because we would have been at home within our 5-kilometre bubble still, I'd say. I think that's probably like the one thing that saved us today is like they took down the 5-kilometre bubble thing and they're like, fuck, that would have stopped them. Like, once that came down, I think this was going to happen no matter what. But that would have been the one thing, I think. Although it's hard to say because, like, well, again, this is like Spides and I were joking about this on the way down, but it's like, you know, I'll flip this camera around. I don't know how loud we are, but so on the way here we were talking about how Avi's protest got interrupted by the police. I don't know if Avi's one was like the QAnon one that was in St Kilda or where. No, not quite St Kilda. Where was it? Like somewhere in between South Melbourne or whatever. Like that. No, it was near the Shrine, wasn't it?
Yeah, Shrine.
It was because they're Anzacs. That's right. They were fucking the diggers. They were the QAnon diggers at the Shrine, and
I'm a sovereign citizen, but we got to respect the Anzacs.
Yeah, and so